Okay, so find a comfortable posture for yourself, perfectly fine to meditate sitting in a chair, and just have your feet straight down so the body's balanced. If you want to try, you're welcome to come up and sit on some of the cushions, and feel free to change during the sessions, like that. Nothing too formal here. That. How many people just roughly have a somewhat consistent meditation practice they're doing? Okay, great, super, super. So if not, no worries. What we want to do is have the spine as extended as possible. Many of you are very familiar with this posture, and there are variations on appropriate meditation postures. So the most important thing is to find something that's comfortable for you so that you'll actually start to get familiar with this posture if you see the benefits of meditation. And I can't really stress meditation enough. It's really, really helped my mind personally. So we sit, and if you're interested in we had a new teaching at a retreat I attended in August in North Carolina. Jeff was there also. The rest of you? Go? Yeah, Gabe was there. Thank you. In the back. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche, if you were at those sessions, I can't remember which day, but he talked about the 7-point Varachana posture, which is this posture that you see often people in. But there's also yoga postures. Some people with their hands down on their, there's variations. But our posture is to put the right palm on the left, right against the navel. Okay? The thumbs are in a little triangle. So that was news to me. And so Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our main teacher, who is right there in the center. You can come up later and have a look. The couple pictures of him. With His Holiness. Yep. This is a great center. They have lovely setup of the altar and a nice space and nice temperature, nice light, like that. So I kept thinking you put it rounded. I taught some people like that, the thumbs are touching, but he said no, he was very specific and gave us a teaching on what's a kind of elementary practice that most of us don't pay that much attention to anymore. You just end up, you get into posture. And I noticed for years, I had my hands out. So what it did is, it would round me. I would start slouching. So many years ago, a friend of mine, we were meditating once. We were on a holiday, meditating on opposite beds. And she's like, hey, put your hands here. And all of a sudden I was like, from here, I was like, oh, thanks. Right? So it's a good reminder. So Rinpoche went through all the specifics, and you can listen to this teaching online for free. It's all on the FPMT website. And if you're interested, the center here can direct you to where the Light of the Path teachings. You can listen to the entire retreat, just increments. So now I believe, I'm not a big TV watcher, but I think it's the new TV season, is that right? The new shows are out. I don't know how many of you watch TV, right? So instead of that, you can have a little half an hour of the Light of the Path, or maybe you have your show for an hour, and an hour of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Okay? So these are ways also, honestly, that I make my life meaningful. Because the rest of the world out there, I used to live in Washington, D.C. I lived there for 9 years. So I know how crazy it is. And I don't know how many of you work in the district. Anybody work in the district? Okay. Otherwise you work in Virginia, most of you, right? But this whole area, the vibration, is you have to be doing something all the time, and you have to be busy. And a lot of that bolsters up how important you are. So I remember coming in after a weekend, and the normal thing on a Monday, I had a 9 to 5 Monday through Friday job. People would say, what did you do this weekend? And if you said nothing, they're like, oh. Where I have to tell you right now in my life, I would love a weekend where I do nothing. I'm waiting for one of those weekends to come. So, and it's not about doing nothing. It's about a little bit redirecting what's more essential, what's going to be more buoyant for my mind, that I am engaged in activities like that, if there are activities. And if not, I am going to try to be in meditation. I'm not meditating. It's actually this is from Chogya Trungpa Rinpoche. I'm being in meditation. Because I'm a human being. So I'm going to be in meditation. It's a very different experience than I'm meditating now. Okay? You're being. So what we want to learn from meditation, the first part I wanted to discuss, meditation, mindfulness, making life meaningful. Meditation, okay, is I'm going to take my active practice on my cushion, which is a more formal type of meditation. So slowly, I have to learn how to meditate. I have to learn the posture, motivation, hugely essential, the motivation. And then I want to start to make myself familiar with this practice. And in the beginning, it's extremely hard. It's easier to get the remote control and this, or get onto my computer, take my phone, play my computer games, whatever you do, go to social media. Like, we're very familiar with those things, aren't we? So what happens is, because I'm so familiar, when I have a moment, that's what I run to. And you have to check with yourself, how do I feel after a period of that, of doing that? If you feel great, and you're feeling really wonderful about it, then I would find a path to continue that. So Tibetan Buddhism for me is a path of checking, inner checking. So please check up on everything I say. Please check thoroughly what I'm saying. Just because I'm a nun, it doesn't mean you have to believe everything I'm saying. Not everything may be accurate. But the nice thing, a thing I loved about this tradition is it's your relationship with it. So if somebody's saying, here's a technique, try it, then you have to check how you feel about it. Okay? But you have to yourself make the effort. I can't do it for you. Okay? Let's go back to the posture. So our spine is as extended as possible, as if the back is straight. You can find whichever cross-legged position you like if you're on a cushion. If you're new, I would ask you to experiment with sizes and heights of cushions and types of cushions. Some people need a high cushion. Some people like a round cushion. I use the corner of a very flat cushion under my tailbone just to get that so my legs don't go numb. You have to experiment. And then again, right palm on the left, face up, thumbs in a triangle, which is a complement to higher level practices. And then Rinpoche even said, the arms are actually out, so there's space between the arms and torso. And feel free to stand up if you can't see, if you need to see something more clearly. Okay, so it's a very erect, awake posture, because Buddha, the Sanskrit word, means fully awake. So we're mimicking, we're pretending. We want to try to be as awake as possible so that we can one day practice enough so we become fully awake. And when we're fully awake, Tibetan tradition says, we are unlimited in benefiting all others. So if that's something that interests you, to be able to help all other beings as much as possible, that's a motivation we often set at the beginning of any activity, particularly a class like this, particularly a meditation session. Now you also want to check your shoulders are relaxed, they're not up by your ears, that your jaw is relaxed, and then you can lightly close your eyes, and they're focused towards the tip of the nose or the floor and the space in front of you. And allow your body to settle into this position. If you find you are very distracted, I would close your eyes. If you find you're drowsy, I would let a little light in. So it's all very commonsensical. And allow a normal, natural breath to move through your system. When you are meditating, When you decide to sit down to do a session or just to do a little meditation, you cannot just plunk yourself down on a cushion. It's nice to first check the posture. And I would recommend trying to relax yourself as much as possible. So take a couple minutes right now. Start at the very top of your head. Work your way down through your entire body, all the way down and out through your feet and toes, releasing any tension you're holding, and focusing on your brow and jaw, which are places we hold tension, neck and shoulders, lower back and hips. But check all the other aspects of your body. Just take a couple minutes. Let it release with the breath, opening up space in any tight areas, bringing yourself to as relaxed a place as possible. So as we allow the body to settle, and we've checked the posture of the body, we like to focus on the posture of the mind. And this is helped by setting a good motivation. So I've just mentioned the idea of benefiting all others. If that's something that you're interested in, feel free to include that in your motivation. You can think that you might get some information today that may benefit your mind, help you open your heart. So may that be rolled into a practice that will lead you along a path where you are completely unlimited in helping all others. So you could think of something like that, or set whatever motivation you would like right now, putting your mind in as positive a place as possible. So let's bring our awareness now to a normal, natural breath. So a lot of meditation begins with breathing, settling the mind. We're going to clear out the channels. So there's a subtle energy network in our body. So we're going to do something called the 9-round breathing, which is a great way to start meditation. And imagining that we are clearing out energy of anger, attachment, and confusion. Something in Tibetan Buddhism called the 3 poisons. Anger or hatred, attachment or desire, and confusion or ignorance. So you just begin, and you can do this with your fingers if you like. You close off your left nostril. You're going to breathe in deeply through the right. And imagine the air coming up, down through that right nostril. There's a channel on the right side of the body, half the diameter of a drinking straw. And the energy comes down there, and then it crosses over into a left channel that will exit through your left nostril, the same size. Okay, the right and left channels. The right is slightly reddish in color, the left is whitish in color. So you're going to bring all that energy of anger and hatred. I'm going to 3 times do this. You breathe in through the right nostril. Bring the air down, it crosses over into the left channel, and then we exhale, closing off the right nostril deeply through the left nostril. Do that 3 times. Now we're going to reverse it. That clears the energy of anger, hatred. We are going to reverse it now to clear the energy of attachment and desire. So you close off the right nostril, inhale deeply through the left, and then exhaling through the right nostril, releasing that energy. You do that 3 times. Third round, we breathe in deeply through both nostrils. Bring the air, imagine it coming down through those side channels. The lower ends of the side channels now enter a central channel that's twice the size, so it's the diameter of a drinking straw, that runs right through your core, slightly more towards your spine. So it's slightly blue on the outside, but translucent, like a translucent tube of light. And as you exhale, imagine the winds dissolving into the central channel, removing all the veils of ignorance and confusion. So let's do that 3 times, breathing in through both nostrils and exhaling. Now allow the mind to settle on the breath, just a normal, natural breath. You could focus on the space just outside the nostrils. Do you need a tissue? You can focus on the air just outside the nostrils, where the air enters in and leaves the body. If that helps keep you concentrated, great. If you need something stronger, you can imagine the air coming in the nostrils Going down into the lungs expanding, abdomen shifting, and upon an exhalation, the reverse of that, contraction of the abdomen and the lungs, the air coming up and out the nostrils. The main point is to try to keep the concentration. If your mind wanders off the breath, simply become aware without any further story, and just bring your mind back to the breath. If it helps you to stay more focused, you can count your breaths. One inhalation, one exhalation is one. See how far you can count before the mind wanders. If it does, just observe, bring it back to the breath. Begin counting again at one. Just try your best. please relax and slowly open your eyes. You have a cold? So we are going to go in this session to about 1 o'clock, and there will be a break. So what I would ask is, what I've noticed a lot in the States is people were so distracted that in classes people get up all the time and they have to move around and do something, they get fidgety. So we are going to have a break. Unless you're bursting to go to the bathroom, then feel free. But if not, if you can wait till the break, it's less distracting for everybody, like that. And then we're going to have a lunch break from 1 to 2:30. And then we'll go from 2:30 to about 4:30, or a little longer if we need time, like that. So just to give you parameters. Is that clock in the back of the room correct? Does anybody have the right time?
Yes, that's correct.
It's not fast?
It's a little fast. I have it
Couple minutes
11:15.
fast.
It's 11:15, okay,
Yeah.
so my watch is dying, I think, so, okay, just wanted to check. Okay. Okay. So, we will do more meditation. I wanted to ask, because it's a very quiet space in here, but is that the heat that's on?
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning. So is there a way we could cut it when we meditate again? Okay, yeah, because I thought this is such a quiet space. You have no idea for the United States. And there's some centers I'm working with right now. One of them is, doesn't even have a space. They don't even have a space, they're renting. So they rent venues. So can you imagine each time they have to come and set up an altar and bring all the stuff, and we used to do that a little bit in San Francisco at times, and it's a real hassle. So this is really very special that there's a space here, and it's very quiet. You know, it's off the road, and there's parking, and it's, you know, a pretty peaceful area. So very fortunate like that. But it's also white noise, the air conditioning, but sometimes it's nice to have it. It was very still in the beginning. I thought, oh, it's so quiet here. It's really nice. So for your own practice, just still getting into meditation for a bit, what's helpful, and there will be time for questions and answers as well, is what I found is, for those of you newer, you need to establish a place in your home where you're going to sit. And I know in the beginning it's not easy, and we sometimes say, I don't have any place. You know, we live in small spaces, and it can be a corner of your room, but it's something, a place you want that is less trafficked, not heavily walked through, disrupts the energy. You don't need any fancy elaborate altar, but a place that you're gonna make a little bit comfortable with some comfortable cushion or chair that might be directed into a wall area where you're less distracted, like that. And then you can put what you want. If there's a picture you like on the wall, some people have a little table because they might want to put a candle, a flower, and then slowly, if you like, you can learn about altars and what do people actually set up, if that's something you're interested in. But it's not necessary for meditation. So some people like something really elaborate, and that you want it to be a place that is inviting for you. Where you come home to do your work, and we're going to talk more about that. The work I mean is, something doesn't go right in your day, what do you want to do with that stuff in your mind? So meditation, I found, is the tool to dismantle the negative experiences I'm having, my negative reactions to them. And I need a place to do the work. So we have something we call work. And you go to a place and you do that. You know, you go to a gym to exercise, to do that work. We have places, you go into a restaurant to eat. So if you want to work with your mind, you've got to figure out some quiet space where you can be alone with your mind in meditation. And the reason is so you can figure out what is going on. Otherwise, it's very superficial, the practice. And you'll just kind of be here. You won't ever get down under to be able to really uproot, you know, why I always react that way, why I'm always like that with Uncle Charlie, you know, why this woman at work always pisses me off, right? But it's true, these are the everyday things that we're going through, right? Why my passing lane gets me every time. I work with that. I work with that in my meditation. The passing lane is only a symbol of something that frustrates me, right? So I work with that on a daily basis. Some of it formally on a cushion, you know. I might ask myself, analytically, okay? First meditation we did today, focus on the breath. There's two types of main meditation we do in our tradition. Placement meditation, you're placing your mind on an object and keeping it there, okay? It's also called stabilizing meditation, sometimes called shine. Shine in Tibetan, calm abiding. Placing my mind on an object and having it stay there, having it abide there calmly, okay? That's what most of us think of as meditation. My father used to say when I'd go to Laudo, this retreat place, well, you're focusing on your navel? That when you meditate, you know how you see people, like the old adage was, you know. So that's one type of meditation, like that, in our tradition. There's many different meditation traditions, okay, but in the Tibetan tradition, that's one type. The other type is analytical meditation, you're analyzing something. I would sit down on my cushion and say, so you got pissed off again about the passing lane. Seriously, this is my work. And I'll say, what is that about? Well, first of all, because I meditate regularly, I know what it's about for me. So I don't have to talk about passing that. I go right back into the thing, go, okay, here we are again with this thing. And remember what we thought about last time. People are doing their best. This is their best. People get confused about things. I'm just as confused as they are, right? I can be a jerky driver sometimes, I'm sure, right? And on, but there's a deeper level for me that goes to. The driving's just superficial. You get so slowly, because I know my mind enough, I can go right down into the crux to, in a way, to work it out, so then I'm more gentle with myself, right? So then I'm going to be more gentle with everybody else. And the passing lane's only a symbol, meaning more gentle with others. You're in the grocery store, you know? How are you in the grocery store? I'm just curious, how are you in the grocery store? What's your experience? You're good in the grocery store?
No, I said hurried.
You're hurried. What happens when you're hurried in the grocery store, which is a lot of us? What are your experiences when you're hurried in anything?
Less patience.
Less patience. Less patience and irritation. Rudeness. So these are the negative things. What else?
More obstacles?
More obstacles. That was my drive today. And then you have, okay, so one thing I want to add in, meditation, mindfulness, making life meaningful. I have a great ability to laugh at myself. I didn't used to. But my family were all very humorous. You know, I have another side you don't even know. I could take it on the road as a comedian, right? So we really enjoy laughter. I think it's a huge healer anyway. And to be able to laugh at yourself, but in a good way, in a healthy way, okay? So there I was today, and I'm late, so I'm hurried, right? So as soon as you're late and you're hurried, everybody's in the passing lane doing 40, right? So I just first watched that, and then I went like, and then all of a sudden I caught myself, and I was like, yeah. This is how your ride's gonna go. If you want it to go this way, this is how your ride's gonna go. Or I could choose to slow down, get in another lane, and just see what would happen. You know, and damned if the passing lane didn't open up. Right? So so I'm hurried. I lost my patience with myself and others. You know, why am I late? I should have left earlier. You knew there was gonna be, rudeness. All these things that you guys mentioned, and the obstacles show up. So, especially in the grocery store, the same on the highway, we're dealing with other beings, correct? That's who's operating the vehicles. That's who's in the grocery store. That's why the grocery store is there, to feed beings. just like me. They're just like me. We need food, and we have vehicles, we want to go someplace, want to get somewhere. Nothing wrong, good or bad about any of it. We need food, we're in the grocery store. So if you're here and you've been practicing Tibetan Buddhism, and those of you that raised your hand and said, I have a regular practice, you probably have a motivation in the beginning of the day, correct? We set a motivation before the class. What are some, just give me an idea of a motivation, brief. What's it focused on or directed on, any of you? It might be different than mine, but anybody care to say?
Bodhicitta.
Bodhicitta. What's bodhicitta?
Doing things for others.
Doing things for others. So the essence of bodhicitta, I'm going to be more specific. What's bodhicitta? She's got part of it. Okay, what does it mean? It's a Sanskrit term. What does it mean? What does bodhi mean? Mind. Chitta? Chitta is mind. Bodhi? Enlightenment. Bodhi is enlightenment. So chitta's mind, the mind of enlightenment is what it means, the mind of enlightenment. Okay, what's the mind of enlightenment? Part of it involves, sorry I can't see you, doing something for others. And what's the crux of it? Bodhi. Getting enlightened so that I can unlimitedly do things for others. That's the catch. Some people forget that. They go, oh, I want to be service. No, you have to get enlightened. Why? Because then you unlimitedly help others. That's the full expression. Full enlightenment. Otherwise, we're always limited. Please check. Check up that yourself. Yeah. So what else, other motivations might you have? So she said helping others, doing something for others. Great. What other kinds of things might you set off in the morning, like at beginning your practice? Similar to that? Different?
Intention not to hurt others.
Intention not to hurt others, right? Other things?
Really to check myself and control myself in relation to others. Like
Yeah.
back to example at work. Why is this person yelling at me all day?
Mm-hmm.
It's really not the issue of the person yelling at me. It's how I receive that and how I control myself to absorb that and then try to wash that out. But in the morning, motivating myself to prepare for that, but yet not let it ruin my day.
Right, very powerful. These are very powerful, all these things, okay? So you're in the grocery store. You're hurried in the grocery store, okay? And then what happens? What tends to be your experience in that space? Can you put your mind in that space for a moment? Hurried in the grocery store, okay? You had a motivation like this in the morning. Then what happens?
Somebody's stalling in one of the aisles. Has the shopping cart across, not letting anyone in, just hogging.
And so and then what's your experience? What might be your experience with that?
You just have, okay, I'm going to have to leave the aisle and just
Mhm.
go across.
And initially there's a little bit of a, right? So these are great experiences. These are experiences. This is everyday life, right? So what's interesting is I'll come down the aisle, see the person, and I'll often have this initial like, I mean, I was behind a guy today in the passing lane, and I was really like projecting a lot of things on this person that I knew nothing about. But I was like, and then I watched my mind, I went, wow, isn't that a saga? You know, epic proportions there. I don't even know this person. Did you ever pull up next to somebody driving, and then based on what they look like, your whole thing gets, it's amazing how our minds are so, you know, so judgmental with certain things, and then you see them. I'm reading a book now, I don't know if you've ever heard of this book, called Waking Up White. Has anyone heard of this book? Anyway, it's a great book, because I'm doing some racial work in our area, diversity work, and it's very powerful for me to look at my mind of being a white girl, raised as a white girl with the privilege I've had on the planet. So I just look at how my mind goes out and how it tends to interact, and then how it tends not to interact with certain people or interact, or it's very interesting. And I was at a diversity workshop recently, an evening, it wasn't a work, it was like one evening workshop, but I noticed how, and it's kind of exciting, and then some of it I find humorous, because I've been there, but I noticed how there'll be some white people going utterly overboard with some person of color, because suddenly they're feeling like but it's too much. You know, it's like not, it's like you wouldn't treat another white person like that, so why are you treating somebody of color like this? Or, you know, it's so funny because you feel like you want to include people, and then it just makes them more uncomfortable. So you're in the thing, you're in the aisle, there's the person with the black cart. So here's the thing, if I can recall my motivation, and the way I recall it more is because I have an active meditation practice. So the active meditation practice sets me off to start to, I see the person in the aisle, the normal response is irritation because they're in my way. My way is the opposite of bodhicitta. But that's how a lot of us are patterned based on our culture, based on our society, right? It's inevitable. Right? So slowly I'd learn like, wow, that person's, I wonder if I can help them. Like doing an assessment first, are they okay? Sometimes I'd see an old person like that, you know, you can't get the cart turned around and it's full of stuff, and so I might just assess, instead of like, what's in it for me, they're in my way. This is a practice. Tibetan Buddhism is totally about turning that aspect to be, you know. So we have a higher level practice, the teachings to develop bodhicitta. I think I talked about this once before here, is a practice called equalizing and exchanging self with others. So if I could just exchange for a moment, we have the saying in our culture, put yourself in someone else's shoes. So if I just for a moment see the person with the cart sideways and start to, oh, I wonder what's going on here. And before I jump to a judgment, what, like you said, I prepare myself so how I will be in whatever space I'm in. And now I'm in the grocery store. I acknowledge I'm in a hurry. I can still be with my meditative mind in a hurry, meaning I'm aware as I enter the store that I'm in a hurry. And what that means is I need to take more care with my mind. When I'm stressed, when I'm in a hurry creates stress. So all I'm doing is, this is about mindfulness. I'm going to layer some mindfulness on. I am very mindful right now that I'm in a hurry. What that means is I might be turning a corner more quickly in the aisle, wanting to get down the aisle more quickly, but other people aren't in that space. So I'm just going to have to be more conscious of my mind to keep it away from negative reactivity, just acknowledging I'm in a hurry. I can be mindful that I'm in a hurry. Okay, it's a type of more active meditation. It's not real formal meditation, but and turn the corner in my mindfulness that I know I'm in a hurry, and just I'm going to add this on, and I may run into people that appear to be in my way. Okay, but there's no such thing really as my way, is there? That doesn't really exist. We think it does. Right? My way, as if you laid the tiling on the floor of the grocery store. Sorry, this is my way. Don't you see my name in it? So we have this concept, this concretized my way. People say my space. If I just had my space. Some people get my space. They buy a house, and then I hear them about the mortgage, and it needs maintenance, and I have condo fees, and you wanted my space. So all of my space and my way is all interrelated with everybody else's ways and spaces. The more I'm mindful of that, then I can turn the corner in a hurry, look at all the obstacles and go, okay, hey, we are all in this together. I happen to be in a hurry, so I've got to figure out how I can get down there to the pretzels, or I can go around. I'm from Philadelphia, pretzels are important to us, okay? But you know, so this is what we're doing. And maybe you help somebody along the way, and grocery stores are great places to do that. People always need help in grocery stores. Can you reach that for me? Do you see one that says low sodium? Are there any, do you see any of the such and such in this? I always find people in the grocery store that seem to need help or something, or you see somebody, you're at the deli counter, but you see the mother with the screaming baby, who her number is after yours. You can let her go. You know, oh, you have that number? You can let them get in the checkout line in front of you, especially the person, you have a bunch of items, they have one item, like that. Now, if you're really in a hurry, sometimes you can't do that. That's okay. That's okay. So a little bit, but what I find is if you don't have the meditation aspect, it will be harder for you to check your reactivity, to try to keep it in check, to find a new response. That's why I find for me, and when I do mess up out there, because I do all the time, right? Why? Because I'm a human being. Okay? The nature of being a human is we are flawed. And I'm not laying a trip on you. This is just reality. We make mistakes. So the more I accept that, I didn't used to accept it long ago, I accept it now. So sometimes I do make a mistake. When I do, I take it back to my cushion. I fold it into my practice. Sometimes I can't do it when the boss is screaming at me or this colleague is screaming at me in my face. So I'm going to go home and say, wow, what happened today? Today I was pretty good with it. You know, I was pretty gentle. I was very patient. I wasn't as reactive. I wasn't even that flustered, you know, or I totally blew it and I yelled back at him. I wanted, and I noticed my motivation was to embarrass the person. So it's kind of cool because after you get through the actions and what comes out of your mouth, you start to understand the motivation behind it. That's where it gets exciting. I understand what motivated me to do that. So what I can start to do is in changing my mind slowly through the meditation and, you know, I start to create a new motivation. I go, that really wasn't what I wanted to do today. Where does that motivation come from, wanting to humiliate them? Oh, you know what, it's just an old pattern. I have previous moments of doing that in my mind, right? Where did I get it? Oh, I learned it from some people around me for a long time. That's all those things, they're just imprints from social conditioning, from people that raised us. And it's not about blaming the people who raised us. Everybody, I like to believe, honestly, that everybody's doing the best they can. Meaning with whatever tools they have, whatever level of evolution, they're doing the best they can. And sometimes you say, well, that's challenging. The guy's in the passing lane doing 40, texting on his phone. That's probably the best he could do at that time. Some people are attached to their phones and the systems like that. Some people have no idea about the passing lane. They think it's, I've heard people say to me, I was doing the speed limit. What's the problem? Like that's what they were taught. They don't know. In the States you don't think, you know, you don't see. So I can't really fault them if they didn't have the information. Right? But we love to fault. We love to make it somebody else's problem. Somebody's doing it to me. Somebody's doing it to me. Okay? So I'm just going to keep giving examples to kind of show, but I find the meditation practice. So getting started, for those of you that aren't started, this has been helpful. I forgot to bring, I can bring these out later. I didn't bring enough of them, but so a year or so ago, the students really urged me to make a website, and I did, and it's been really helpful for me to keep track of where I teach, but it's now connected to a YouTube channel, and maybe I mentioned this in the spring, I can't remember. So I didn't know that centers like this one and other centers were posting the teachings on YouTube. So people kept saying they were watching me on YouTube, so I pulled in all the different teachings and I categorized them by topic. So if on my website on the upper left, you can click on the YouTube, it'll take you right to the page, and then you can see certain things, but on the actual website itself there's listen, which are audio teachings, but there's also watch, which are videos that are not necessarily on the YouTube part, but the videos were made, some of them professionally done by our New York center. For their center, they wanted to have some monks and nuns, some teachers, talk about like 3 to 5 minute snippets of something. So one of the ones they asked me to do was how you set up a meditation practice, which I was so grateful. So what I did is I took it, put it on my website, because people say, what do I do? So it's right there, the posture, the beginning motivation. So if you're kind of stuck, I don't usually like to meditate around a computer, but if you want to, stick it on, put your device on, pop it on, and just follow it. And after a while, after 2 weeks, if you do it every day, you won't need the instruction anymore. It'll be, why? Because it's familiar. So Gom in Tibetan, we call this a Gompa, meditation room, meditation hall. Gom actually doesn't mean meditation, it means familiarize. So meditation's a form of familiarizing yourself with virtue, with virtuous mind states. You're trying to make your mind familiar with your basic goodness instead of some of the other things it's familiar with. And the reason our mind's familiar with other things, meaning delusion, like confusion, anger, attachment, pride, jealousy, anxiety, depression, is simply because we have moments of those in our mind that we're very familiar with. So meditation's a way I start to get to know my mind, not my brain. It's not, the mind is not physical, but there's a space of awareness that is clear and luminous and is aware of things. That's your mind. Okay? It's not busyness, it's not frustration. Those are simply experiences, I would call them delusionary experiences, that pass through the clear, spacious awareness. And those delusional experiences are simply there again because there's imprints of those in the mind. And we can get rid of them permanently, the negative stuff, and just enhance all the positive qualities. Okay? And once you do that fully, you become a Buddha automatically. Okay? But it takes effort. It takes effort. So that's one of the things we're meditating. And what I do is also, from meditation, is if you're being in meditation and you get familiar enough with that on your cushion, okay, you can take it out there into your everyday life. So the colleague or the boss is screaming at you, I'm going to be with my meditative mind in being present with the screaming, somebody else's pain, which reverberates against my discomfort and pain, my basic suffering, okay? And how to transcend that suffering is not to respond back negatively. I have an idea of that. Why? Because come on in. I have an idea of that because I've been able to, in meditation, we start to study the teachings, to go through various teachings. I start to realize the more negatively I respond, karma says I will revisit that experience negatively, like that. So slowly you can start to open up your mind analytically to some of the other meditations in the Lam Rim. Okay? The Lam Rim, again, our path to enlightenment. Lam is path. Rim, stages of the path. Stages of the path. Okay? And because it says stages or steps, it's a gradual process, the Lam Rim, and that's our underlying philosophy for this tradition. The other Tibetan traditions also have their own Lam Rims called different things, okay? But it's basically taking you through certain topics like why it's advantageous to be a human. This situation's passing away quickly, we will die. What's best to do if we are going to die? How do I prepare my mind? Taking refuge as a source of protection from more suffering, understanding karma and how to conduct myself, understanding and transcending suffering, developing the good heart of bodhicitta, understanding the right view of emptiness, developing meditative stabilization, topics like that, okay, that slowly lead you along to enlightenment. The quicker path is Tantra, okay? But both of those teachings, Sutra and Tantra, are completely available to us in this life, brought down from Shakyamuni Buddha. So this particular Buddha that exists in our historical realm teaches the entire path, Sutra and Tantra. We have everything right now. We have everything completely available to us. Okay, so I can't really urge you enough to get started right now. Please don't wait. It doesn't matter how old you are. It's never too late. But I can't urge it enough. The reason is the planet needs you. Okay, if you got yourself into this room today, it's pretty remarkable. And it's really helpful. You can incredibly, it's kind of, don't stop yourself. I can't do this. I don't have the time. I need money for my mortgage. I need to raise my kids. Doesn't matter. You can move it alongside all the rest of your life. Okay? And slowly, as one of my lamas said, slowly, but not too slowly. Okay? So you might have a time if you're raising kids that it's going to go more slowly. Then they grow up. Suddenly you have this time. You retire, right? And suddenly there's space. So it's perfectly fine. And what we're trying to do is just if we can improve our minds a little bit each time, hopefully it creates a better situation for us, like that. Then we can be of more help to others. Another thing I think of when I was thinking of the grocery store is you turn the corner, you're in a hurry, there's the person blocking you with their cart. So what's interesting at that moment, and the same moment with the boss, and the same moment I lost my patience, and the rudeness is, for those of us that have a motivation in the morning, that Mahayana tradition motivation is, I want to get enlightened to benefit all other beings. Okay, I want to get enlightened to benefit all those beings. You can put it into your own words. You know, I have some ideas. Sometimes I'll think, may I direct all the activities of my body, speech, and mind that I do today towards something positive that'll get me to enlightenment more quickly, get me to a fully awakened state, so that I'm unlimited to benefit all living beings. Okay? Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our main teacher, emphasizes the all. And you'll hear him sometimes in teachings. All sentient beings. All sentient beings, right? So I've turned the corner with my cart, and I'm here and signed up this morning to benefit all living beings except the person blocking me with their cart. Right? That's our experience. So I have a moment when I see that. This was my passing lane guy today. Actually, there were many of them, but one of them I was really like, this person, you know, and I was behind them, and then I went, and this person. I'm here to, you know, and particularly this person, right? Because this person, here's another thing you can do with your mind. Because this person that is challenging me now a little bit more than everybody else in the grocery store, a little bit more than everybody else on the highway, right, is actually quite precious, because they're showing me where I still have work to do. Nobody else is on the highway. The guy over in the right lane, we're buddies, right? He's putting along there. I can easily get by him, but this person, right? So this is where I have work to do. Until you're friends with everybody in the grocery store, gentle experience with everybody on the highway, everybody at work, you know. So, and I've seen this with Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Somebody's yelling at him, somebody's not happy with him. Might not necessarily be a student, it could be some official or something. It doesn't disturb his mind at all. He just sees another being to help. Can we get to that place? What happens at our level is, some of us it disturbs us so much we negatively respond, or internalize it and fold in on ourselves. Okay, we don't want to be in either of those places. Okay, the next level is we get to the place where they're yelling at us, it's still uncomfortable, but I'm not going to respond negatively. And I'm kind of okay, but I don't really want to be in this scene. Third space is, it doesn't bother me in the least anymore, but I'd really love to help this person find, you know, some way to relax their mind and not hurt so many other people. Okay, so we're different spaces, and I just have to accept sometimes this is where I am. That's been a huge part of my practice. For years I didn't accept, so can we find some peace with ourselves to sometimes say, oh, this is really irritating me right now, and just be with that, okay? So this is about, I'll take some questions. This is about showing up with discomfort. I want to talk a little bit more about that with our mindfulness and making life meaningful. Are there any questions? We'll take a break in maybe in about 15 minutes. Is that good? Okay. So, discomfort, our suffering. What do we want to do with our suffering? Very challenging for us. Our culture, it appears to me, doesn't like suffering in the least. But it seems to have a lot of discussion about alleviating suffering. I find it somewhat superficial. If we're not interested, if you yourself are not interested in looking at your own suffering, but we do sometimes have this wish about compassion. So what is compassion? Anybody? What is compassion to you? Sorry?
Empathy?
Empathy is related to it, yeah. What else would compassion be to you? What do you think is the difference between love and compassion? Are those terms different for you? What's different about them?
Putting yourself in their shoes, maybe, and trying to understand how they feel.
That's part of it.
Equanimity.
Equanimity is part of it. Certainly
Compassion's a little bit more detached than love.
more detached. Compassion's more detached.
Unconditional.
Unconditional. Which is unconditional?
You're not expecting something.
That you're not expecting something back. What is love to you? When you say I love you, what do you? What's your experience of that?
Caring for someone you know.
Caring for someone you know. And what are you wishing for them?
Happiness.
Well-being and who? What back here?
Happiness.
Happiness. So love is wanting the other to be happy. That's it, basically. Wanting someone to be happy. Is that how you love? Are there any conditions sometimes? Right? Sometimes there's conditions, right? Sometimes we have a basis of love, certainly with kids and close family members. Of course, you want them to be happy. Sometimes there's some other things in there, right? So compassion, okay, love, wanting others to be happy, compassion. What do you want for others in compassion? Wanting to alleviate their pain. Yeah, you want them to be free of suffering. Yeah, absolutely. So you see the difference? One is wanting people to be happy, one is wanting them to be free of suffering. Okay, so with suffering, we have a wish. I think everybody in this room has a wish. Compassion's actually come with. So to suffer with, and certainly implies empathy. So we avoid suffering to any degree we can in the United States of America. It's amazing to what lengths people will go to. And I find one of the most suffering countries on the planet. People are suffering tremendously here. So because we're so out of touch with our suffering, and we're in such an escapism mode, it ends up with other kinds of behavior that's not necessarily beneficial. So we're not going to fix anybody else. This is about you and your mind. So one of the main things I've learned with meditation and mindfulness is it's me and my mind, but always in relation to my motivation to benefit all others, to get enlightened, to benefit all others, right? Okay. But I can't fix anybody else, so give that one up now. You'll be much happier. So just relax that a bit, because we have all these ideas that when I get the boss fixed and this person, then my life's going to be really great. And if I could just get my mother to be like, then I'll be fine. And it's all this thing. If I could just get my husband or my wife or my partner to do that kind of thing, all my problems are going to go away. But they don't, do they? I've seen people that come to classes. There was one guy that had a terrible work situation, and the boss sounded like a very nasty person, seemed to be appearing that way, and a lot of dissension and horrible things in the office. So he had this thing that, I'm going to get a new job, and finally decided, when the boss didn't die, he decided he had to get a new job, okay? So, got a new job, and there was the boss again, manifesting in another person, same type of behavior. Yeah. And he was a pretty serious Dharma practitioner, this guy. So when the boss showed up again, the same type of person meaning, all of a sudden it was like a light bulb for him, and he was like, oh, it's in my mind. So if you dismantle it in your mind, disengage the negative stuff, that's how it pacifies your external reality. We say it's magic. It's not. It's the cause is in your mind. This is one of the hardest things for us to understand when we get into Tibetan Buddhism. Because a lot of the way we were raised, certainly the way I was raised, is a lot of bad things happen, it's somebody else's fault. And you should try to get them back, or at least acknowledge that it's someone else's fault. If it is your fault, take responsibility, but a lot of things were somebody else's fault. You know, it was very important to find out whose fault it was, a lot of times. And then where does that get you, right? So this is all about, this is a path of completely taking responsibility. Completely taking responsibility for my mind. I can't fix anybody else. I'm not gonna, get you into Buddhism. You don't have to be Buddhist. I'm not here to make you a Buddhist. I'm just giving you information. But if you like it, it works for you, come back and get more information. You can read books. You can go online and do courses. Our organization has intro, beginning, intermediate level, and advanced courses and teacher training. All of it exists online. You can do courses with quizzes, homeworks, exams, forums, online forums, meditations you can download, reading materials. It's amazing. Videos you can watch. It's fantastic. So you can fix your mind. You can do all of this on your own, like that. So you check up what you like, what you don't like, what works for you. So what I found is we have to look at our suffering and find a way. I started doing it through meditation. So now when I'm actively engaged with beings, because I'm more comfortable with my suffering, because I acknowledge and understand a bit more of why I suffer, how I suffer. I also am quite clear about my escape mechanisms when I'm trying to run and hide or deny something or suppress it. Buddhism isn't into those kind of things. We don't suppress negative feelings. I'm not asking you to bottle them up, and we also don't act them out. So the mindfulness component, now mindfulness is, we'll talk a little bit about this and then we'll take a break. Mindfulness is the new hot word right now on the planet, which is a good thing, I think. Especially in the United States and Europe and Australia. It's caught on, there's huge courses in it, MBSR courses, mindfulness-based stress reduction, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, and they're very effective for people, okay? John Kabat-Zinn is kind of the father of the mindfulness tradition in the United States. He's a lovely guy. Some years ago he met with His Holiness about the courses and what he was wanting to do, and His Holiness was like, they were talking, His Holiness is very physical, and he took his hand and he said, wonderful, just don't call it Dharma, okay? So we have to understand, there is mindfulness and there's Dharma. And Dharma does require mindfulness, but it's not strictly just a mindfulness situation. And I'll give you an example, having done a mindfulness course. Mindfulness is great. What happens is, was it your boss, you said, or a coworker yelling at you?
Either or.
Either or,
Yeah.
okay. Do you need a new job?
No, this is just, I was being very example driven, but in previous, it could be one or the other, previous
Right.
jobs. Now I'm good, which is why I'm here.
But sometimes people come when they're struggling in a job. That's also perfectly understandable. So what happens is the boss is yelling at you, or you have a coworker who is incredibly irritating, and this happens to many of us. Okay? What the office might do any of you have this situation in your office, in your workspace? Coworker, difficult, okay? Woman in red, what's your name?
Asley?
Ashley, how many people in your workspace?
8.
8? In the back, how many?
A lot.
A lot. What's your name?
Cynthia.
Cynthia?
About 100.
Okay. So is there a culture, I'm just asking the two women, Ashley and Cynthia, is there a culture there where it's like the person's fault and they're a jerk? Do some people buy into that?
She's the gossip center of the day.
Okay, she's the gossip center of the day, irritating, and,
I think in ours, it's more, there's a lot of politics, just different people's agenda,
okay, Okay.
that you feel how do you make it a win-win situation in that environment?
right. So then we also have politics, we can label. The gossip center of this person. There's another woman I just was working with, who came to a class. She is in cubicles. She's in a big workspace with cubicles, which can be distracting, And I guess they're lower cubicles, so the woman next to her is an incredible drama queen that's out of control, it sounds like. But everybody's aware of this, apparently, but she's trying to be nice, to everybody, and and she said the woman's driving her crazy. Like she's absolutely, and she said she actually wears headphones now to do her work, and the woman is over the cubicle, like totally invading physical space now. And Westerners leave a thing about physical space, like my space. I always love when I'm in India, South India, teachings with His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, and my Asian sisters and brothers, how they don't have that idea like we do of, like they have a very different space constraint. And sometimes when you're sitting together and stuff, they'll be like half on top of you. And they're like, that's their comfort zone. And for me in the beginning, I was a little bit like, yeah, you're too close, please stop touching me. And now I'm comfortable with it because I've been in that environment so much and I understand their motive, I understand where they're coming from. There's nothing threatening about it. They're very gentle. They're very physical, affectionately. So now I kind of gravitate, and sometimes I'll lean on one of them, and they like it. They'll turn around and smile, because that's a source of affection for them. Yes?
Is it possible that we're born without this sense of physical space and that we eventually learn it? Because both of my children, when they were very young, they were always constantly crawling on us and on top of us all the time, and I remember having to say leave Daddy alone, or sit over here, this is your spot, or so is this something that we eventually learn that we need to do away with? I'm not really.
Oh, I think we definitely learn many things like that. I'm not saying to do away or not, but the beginning of this is when I mention these work scenes, the beginning of the mindfulness would be, wow, like quietly to myself, this person is an enormous gossip here. Like, wow, this is really challenging. And you know what? I'm so uncomfortable right now in this space. Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to say anything to anyone. I'm going to also be conscious of my physical expression, because that can lead, but I'm just right now going to be with my discomfort. Can you just hang with your discomfort now and then? In the back, noticing the politics with Cynthia, politics in the office can be very uncomfortable at times, but can I be at a meeting? I used to be at a meeting with things, I used to actually work in politics at one point, which is why I'm a nun now, okay? But I used to be at meetings, watching what I perceived and projected was a lot of ego, negative parts of ego, marching out their agendas. But at one point I could just sit in my chair as one of the managers, like these people, and just notice how uncomfortable I was. Like just for a second, like just be like, I am so outraged right now at the statement that he just said. But just in my mind, I would just acknowledge it and just be there with it. Not trying to tamp it down, not trying to deny it, and certainly not going to act out from it, but just aware and being with it. It's uncomfortable. I know that, okay? But the thing is, the more you get used to being comfortable with the uncomfortable, it's easier the next few times. So much easier that I can at some point start to interject something positive into the space of the gossip and the politics. I have enough presence of mind to start to find a way to present something that might be beneficial for everybody. And I was giving this woman with the cubicle scene some ideas to always act from a place of gentleness and kindness. Gentleness and kindness. We have things for the gossip of, would you just shut up? I've seen people do this. I'm always like, whoa, that was strong. I mean, I've seen people just turn to somebody. One of them was at one of the Light of the Path retreats. I'm looking at Jeff because he's in the nuns section. That's my section. All the nuns sit in the front. It's so great, to be around all these nuns. And we sit in order of ordination. Near me, not this year, but a past year, there's a nun who, she's a little challenging, And I myself have done a lot of work with her over the years, because sometimes she really pushed my buttons, and now I realize a little bit more where she's coming from. So what that does, through the empathy, can I understand and really be with her in her discomfort of what she's going through, because I've gone through some of that myself, which is really the essence of empathy. I'm not just, pity is like, oh, I'm so sorry for you, but empathy is like, I've been in that space too. I'll be here with you in it. I understand. I understand where she's coming from based on her background, similar this, but then she has a certain way that a lot of work I've done on myself, so I can understand now. I have much more compassion for her in that space, because I know where I went through in those spaces, why she responds that way. I get it, but the other person didn't get it, the other nun, and all of a sudden the nun, she just turned and said, would you shut up? And I was like, whoa, okay. So gentleness and kindness. And I said to the woman, you got your headphones on, and she's, and what I've done with some people that were, is just gently, physically in a nice way. Like some people like to be touched, and I just make a gentle gesture. And I said, why don't you just put your hands up like 5 minutes? But friendly with a smile. Because people, friends do that to you. Like you're at home and you're on the phone and your kids, and you're like, okay, 5 minutes. I'm just on the phone right now. 5 minutes, I'll be, And you can even say to your friend, when I do that, and I was coaching her to kind of say, if I say 5 minutes, then in 5 minutes you've got my undivided attention. But, I got some work to do. But when I'm, and so she's working with how to then get her to stop doing this, like to be like, that's really hard for me but to say it in a nice way. So maybe the gossip, and the other thing, I mentioned her, if it's appropriate, depends how close you are with this woman or not close, but is there ever a chance it has to be appropriate time, appropriate place, take them to the side privately and just sit down and explain how you're feeling about what's going on in the workplace, like what it's doing for you. So rather than attacking them, I'm really struggling and I need your help. I wondered if we could help each other. What's that? What will she do? What will she do?
I don't know, you were saying that, and I was wondering if you could just shut the hell up.
Yeah, I wonder, darling, could you just shut up? But, if you could find, it is funny, but if you can find, now some people say, no, that's not appropriate, I can't do that in this sense, it doesn't. So you have to find an appropriate response, but I've sometimes done the physical thing with people. Hey, it's like a loving thing with like that, and then and sometimes if there was a lunchroom where I worked. 30 people were in this office, and at lunch some of them ate together. And what I noticed, I was new, so what I noticed is sitting in the lunchroom because I wanted to belong and I wanted them to like me. And I'm starting to work with these people, so I wanted to get along with people. And in the lunchroom, I noticed it was a gossip session, a trashy gossip session about people in the office. So I wasn't a Buddhist at the time, but I kind of watched this over the course of weeks, and I didn't always participate. And then I realized, I wasn't all that into it, so I started just showing up there. I didn't do it drastically, but instead of 5 days a week, it was 3 days, and then it was 2 days, and then 1 day a week. I do it so they didn't think oh, she doesn't like us. And then if I did sit there, and they started negatively saying something, I would try to come in with something positive about the person. These are just commonsensical things like that. So, but going back to the mindfulness, again, is just staying with sometimes what is uncomfortable. What's going to happen to you? Are you going to die because you're uncomfortable? Not usually. I don't know anybody that has. It's a very interesting space of mind, and I'll tell you a more extreme one after the break, but what I'd like you to do at the break, instead of blah blah, is I just want you to notice if any little discomfort, little thorn comes up in the break. We'll take 10 minutes, have a cup of tea, and see if you choose to meet somebody you don't know. That would be better than just gravitating to who you do know. Meet somebody and maybe discuss with them a little bit of any mindfulness techniques that have worked in your workplace or in your home life or out there in the world that have contributed. Also, maybe it's something to discuss, when have you failed and fallen flat on your face? Nothing wrong with revealing that. We have this kind of thing of, no, I need to show everybody that I'm okay. I find vulnerability a really great place of power, inner strength, like that, to acknowledge to somebody, hey, I'm human, I'm trying to sort it out, and I really mess up here. Maybe that person has some interesting techniques that work for them when they fell on their face, like that. And just notice if discomfort comes up, right? Can you just acknowledge that? Watch that in your mind. Hang there with it for a little bit. Maybe you say something to the person, wow, what you just said makes me, I feel kind of uncomfortable right now. I wonder why I feel uncomfortable. Right? Just explore that a little bit. We're just going, okay, because we only have a day, so I'm trying to just sink you right into it right now, okay? So do your best, and 10 minutes, we'll take a break. Thank you. But it takes effort, and it also takes the word you use, patience. So lama is teacher in Tibetan. Lama, we'll say lama zopa. It means teacher. Traditionally, I think technically, it means one who is heavy. Okay? What it means is not a weight issue, one who is heavy with realizations. Okay? Lama zopa. Zopa means patience. Zopa. Z-O-P-A. Sometimes I've seen it spelled S-O-P-A. Zopa. Patience. Great teacher for me to have, right? So the beginning of this discomfort also is how much patience do you have with yourself? Because if you don't have it out there, it's often because I don't have a lot of patience with myself. When I mess up, when I forget something, what are your responses, what are your reactions? Like that. So this is a path that takes effort, and this is a path that I will repeat again and again. It's a process. It's a process, but it works. It works. I mean, for me, I've seen what my mind was like, and I've seen, where I've got now. I see also the work I need to do. I'm far from perfect, but it's exciting to notice. So some people ask me, they're like, after almost 30 years, do you have any insights? And then we have ideas about monks and nuns. We have ideas about Buddhist teachers. You have an idea about somebody who says they've been practicing close to 30 years. Oh, she must be enlightened. Like, oh my goodness, no, right? And people put people on pedestals, project things on them. So I'm an ordinary being, but one of our work study people that came when I was running a center in northern Vermont, Milarepa Center, beautiful place, and we had work study people come every summer, and this young woman who's lovely, she's a good friend of mine now, she came and she had this idea about, she saw me, the teacher, the Buddhist nun, and she said, I thought you were clairvoyant. She met me. So we have these ideas, we project, but again, this is about you taking care of your mind. Taking care of your mind. And I just find these words of patience, compassion, being with my own suffering in a gentle way is so huge for the beginning of the practice, the beginning steps. And so sometimes I fall flat on my face, and just the awareness of like I'm lying here splat, like boy did I mess up. And then part of my practice is to just get myself back up, dust myself off, and I keep moving forward, hopefully with some more insight based on the rut that I fell into. So some of you have read the book, the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying. Some people read that? Okay. Tibetan Book of Living and Dying was a famous book that came out several years ago by Sogyal Rinpoche, great Tibetan teacher. Sogyal Rinpoche. I highly recommend the book. It's great. Quite practical in a way. So he has a page in there about spiritual practice. And so just think about this in relation to your life. I think this helped me find patience with myself. Okay? He has different scenarios. I walk down the street. I don't see a very large hole in the pothole in the street. I fall into it very easily. I have a lot of trouble getting out. I finally get out after a huge struggle, and I continue down the street. Do you remember this page? The second scenario is I walk down the street. I see a very large pothole in the street. I fall into it again. Okay. I have a hard time getting out, but I get out a little bit more easily than the last time, and I continue down the street. Okay. Third scenario is I walk down the street. I see a really large pothole in the street. I go around it. And the fourth scenario is I choose another street. So that's our practice. So I have to acknowledge that I'm going to fall into that pothole many times. Sometimes I never saw it. There's going to be times I fall in when I saw it. This is the life's lesson. So I'm much more patient with myself now due to the mindfulness of like, I wouldn't grind somebody else the way I could grind myself. How many of you are in that boat? Oh my goodness. How hard I've been on myself. And again, my motivation to reach a fully awakened state to benefit all living beings, or even to help others as much as possible, I would never be that impatient with them sometimes, or how hard. So I, for a long time, had to superimpose myself on someone else when I was being hard on myself. I thought, what if this was my close friend? What if this were my mom? Or my brother? Or my sister? Or something, somebody, like I'd never be this hard. So again, gently, I wake up and go, God, I'm so hard on myself. This is so uncomfortable. Like just acknowledging, that's the beginning in mindfulness, is you are just staying with what is. Sometimes it's glorious. Okay. So I'm also not throwing that in somebody's face when it's unnecessary, but sometimes it's suffering, and I'm just observing my mind going through the somersaults, getting my escape hatch well oiled. It doesn't mean I'm running for it, but I'm just watching my mechanisms. I'm watching myself in depression or anxiety, ready to go to the refrigerator and eat. Just watch, going for the remote control to numb myself with TV. Calling a friend to escape that I'm feeling really lousy, when maybe it would be better this time to just kind of hang out and do a little meditation on why I'm feeling so lousy. Doesn't mean it's bad to reach out, but sometimes we're, especially extroverts, are constantly reaching out, and sometimes you need a little. Understand? So so I'll give an extreme example, but the thing is, the more you stay with it, then you start to get, I find a lot of my spiritual practice is getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. And the more familiar I am with it, I'm okay to stay uncomfortable, and I also don't have to fill sometimes the uncomfortable pauses and silence with a lot of nervous jabber, which we do when we get uncomfortable. Some people do, right? Other people shut down and close up, totally retreat. So in that sense, maybe I stay present to be able to at least say to my partner, there's some people close to me like this. Somebody gets uncomfortable and she just shuts down and doesn't speak for 3 days. Not really helpful. So what if you just, this is your pattern, you're uncomfortable, you're having a fight, it's not working out, you wanted this, your partner wanted that, and you just say, I can't really talk about it now, because this particular partnership, he always wants to deal with it right away and get to the gist and discuss it. She never does. So partnerships, you have to find compromise, right? Doesn't mean you do it one way or the other way. So what if the person who is quiet for 3 days just says, I know you really want to talk about it. It's too uncomfortable for me to talk about it right now. But I do know I won't wait 3 days. And how about if we discuss it after dinner? And the other person who wants to get into it right now, I know you don't want to talk about it, but can we make a deal to find a compromise of a time we can talk about it? Yeah, so you're still reaching across there in how uncomfortable it is, and just acknowledging that. That would involve our mindfulness in the practice. Okay. What this does is it gives you a greater sense of self-worth. Self-worth, because I'm not avoiding, I'm not denying, I'm not lashing out in my pain. It's like the planet, it's a painful process living on planet Earth as a human being. It just is, that's reality. Okay. I'm not saying it's not glorious as well. It's a beautiful time of year right now. Tomorrow's supposed to be an amazing day. It's absolutely beautiful. There's sun outside. There's many things. We have food in the refrigerator, most probably. You have shelter to go home to. You had a way to get here. You have clothing, decent functioning body and mind. Amazing situations, okay? So I think the main thing is in acknowledging that there's a lot of pain on the planet, and there's a lot of pain in me. In each of us, okay? That's just reality. So we talk about the word samsara. Most of you are familiar with that word. Samsara is a Sanskrit word that means to cycle, to turn. We're turning through birth, old age, sickness, and death. That's a given. It's just a natural thing. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, all of those things are natural. They're a natural process. All of them suck, okay? Just face it. I mean, there's beauty in all of those things, honestly. You'd say sickness? I've seen people transcend in illness, in grave illness, become completely transcendent. Birth is amazing. You get this baby in the end. It's incredible, right? I see my father aging. Old age can be hard, okay? But you have a lot of life wisdom, if we just appreciated that more. There's a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge there about teaching me about my own aging, okay? And even in death processes, people I've been with when they're dying, I've seen incredible transcendence, peace, like that. But all of it really sucks. So that's the basis of samsara, okay? So there's this uncomfortable situation, this premise, and we're just trying to deny it the whole time. So the more I'm aware of that, I mentioned this before in the teaching. So the nature of water is moisture. If you're in a swimming pool filled with water, you are not flailing around in there going, it's wet. That's what we're doing with samsara. We're continually like, why did my car not start today? Right? Why don't I have any money to pay the bill? Why didn't the bill get there? Why did I get this default notice? Why is this coworker a pain in the butt? This is samsara. Why is somebody in the passing lane when they're doing 40? Right? That's just samsara. It's what is. So the more I can relax into that and go, yeah, samsara means as soon as I'm in a hurry, there's going to be more obstacles. That's samsara. Can you laugh with it? Can you play with it and do a dance a little bit with it? Then a little bit more pleasant, and I'm more peaceful. And this is how I can start to focus, to open up my heart and mind of what gives meaning to my life. If I'm too fractured all the time and just running to catch up, I can't kind of focus. I have a friend I saw recently who's a little bit lost. And it's hard. And I see the limits he places on due to his fraughtness of lack of money or different things. And I can see there's these constructs in his mind. It's too late to do that now. I can't do that. And I'm like, who made those rules? You can do anything. You can do anything at any time, pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying, oh, you can be president next week, I mean, who would want to do that? Anyway, okay? But one of my most inspiring spiritual practitioners is a man, American man I met in India. Many, many years ago I met him. He was 65, he retired. Finally, wanted to travel the world with his wife. They lived in New York. They had a great relationship, they had grown children, and she said, I'm not really comfortable going all around the planet all the time, so why don't you go? Like, you have my blessing, I think it's wonderful. And they had enough money, and she said, what I'll do is I'm going to fly to meet you every few months. And we'll get a place for a few weeks. We'll see if any of the kids want to come. She said, what do you think of that? And he said, great. So I met him on his own in Northwest India. He had been all over like Vietnam and Laos, and he was 65 years old. He met the Dharma, and he taught for the last 20 years of his life and passed away at 85. He was great. He was a great practitioner, lovely man, very sweet. And so it's kind of these limiting factors that we put on things. So when I do a lot of hospice work, and I got into it with an AIDS hospice in San Francisco in the late 80s, where they trained us, and then in the late 80s in San Francisco, many people were dying of AIDS after between 6 months and 2 years is about the length that they lived before all the various medications came out. And it was horrible. It was destroying this entire community. So I was an emotional support counselor, and they would pair you with someone with AIDS that asked for a volunteer to speak about death and things with. And so I had this guy, Rick, that I was with for 2 years, and he's a lovely guy. And in the end, it was horrible. And he lived with his lover, and who also was HIV positive, but hadn't manifested AIDS yet. And in those days, it's a horrible death. And so he, at the very end, was in pain most of the time, physical pain. Yeah, feel free to have a seat anywhere you'd like, no problem. And when he was dying, he unfortunately was in horrible, horrible pain, and they had a hospital bed, and so I entered the house one night, and what I could hear down the hall in his room was him screaming, like really harsh screaming, which is very hard for us to deal with because we want to take the pain away, make it stop, and mainly get him to stop screaming because it's very uncomfortable for us. So his lover was there, and he said, I can't, he was all flustered and sweaty, and he says, I can't take it anymore, I'm so glad you're here. And he goes, I have to go out. Like he was just, and so I came, and he just immediately had his jacket and like pulled the door shut and was gone. And I'm like in the hallway now with somebody screaming on top of their lungs in this room. So what do? You know, what can you do? I could have walked out the door as well. And so I just walked down the hallway, and I came in the room and said, hi, Rick, and he was just like, you know, because the medication hadn't kicked in or whatever, and so I came into the room, and I was totally clammy and didn't know what to do. I'd never encountered this before in my life, but asked him, I said, would you like me to stay in the room? And he, you know, and I said, can I just sit on the side of the bed? That's all he could do, was kind of in between the screaming, just. So I sat down, I said, I'm just gonna stay here. Is that okay if I just stay here with you and rub your back and like this? So I stayed there and just put my hand on his back. Usually AIDS patients, in the end, nobody wants to touch them. It's, at those days, it was really horrible what's going on with your body. I just kept my hand on the back. He had like a hospital gown on his back, and kind of just very gently rubbed his back because all his skin was inflamed, and he screamed for 45 minutes. Me sitting there. Like, it was one of the hardest things I've ever done. But the thing is, the fact that I did it one time, I'm much better able to go in there with somebody screaming pain now, because I already experienced it. I'm familiar with it. It's happened a few times since, and it's never pleasant or easy, but I'm better able to stay with it. The first time was really, really hard. All I wanted to do was run out of there. I couldn't fix it. The thing is to remember, everything is temporary. Everything's impermanent. So eventually, the pain shifted. Fortunately, it shifted, okay, but it did shift. And slowly something happened, or the medication kicked in. The medication should have kicked in like 2 hours ago. He didn't know whatever happened, and he couldn't take any more, and finally, and then I was able to get him back in bed. And I remember I was gonna go down the hall to go to the bathroom, and he grabbed my arm, right, and he said, thank you for not leaving. Like, thank you for being here. So I think there's a lot of that for me. It really taught me about when I show up with my mind in pain and when I'm just there with it. That's our basic mindfulness. So through the mindfulness courses, they work a lot with the breath, teaching you to stay with your breath. So you notice some discomfort coming up. You're breathing anyway. So what if I'm just noticing how uncomfortable I am. Or I'm noticing this person at work having a meltdown. I don't necessarily need to say anything at the time. I'm not going to fix it. But so a lot of times they're just using the breathing. Then through the breathing, can you locate where the pain is in your body? You might find a place where it's holding. Can I use my breathing to open up space in that place? Let it release, like we did in the initial relaxation 2 minutes. Make sense? So the mindfulness courses, I find, can be very helpful, but it doesn't necessarily give you a premise to permanently eliminate delusions from your mind and enhance all the positive qualities that will eventually get you enlightened, where you're then unlimited in helping all others. But people ask me, is it a good thing, the mindfulness? Do you think it's good? Google has their mindfulness guru and this. I think it's great if there's any way to bring this sense of being with my mind, just observing, with the word, who mentioned the word equanimity earlier? Okay, equanimity is a great word of equal regard, equal respect okay? So we usually practice it with others, but what about our own experiences popping up in our minds? So rather than me popping up of, I really wish Rick would stop screaming, I need to get out of this room, that's a horrible thought to have, I'm awful. No, I just went like, God, I really hope he stops screaming soon, it's really awful, and I'm here, period. I'm not leaving. Another breath. And you can even have things where every time you breathe, you release a little bit of the tension. Imagine maybe colored light rays coming out, if you'd like. Imagine I'm breathing in a little bit more positivity, a little bit more happiness, releasing tension. Breathing in equanimity, releasing judgment. And put it into your own words. So I think it's very powerful, the space to stay there with what is. Whether it's glorious in your mind or whether it's negative in your mind. So when it comes into these corporations, when it comes into the secular communities where the mindfulness courses are being taught, I think it's great because we're very stressed as a culture right now. There's a lot of stress and anxiety, okay? There's a lot of kind of fear out there, paranoia, which contributes to the stress, okay? So anytime I can just, that anybody brings mindfulness to, like somebody I know very close to me, has a consultant business, consultancy, gets very, very stressed, and sometimes it rattles their confidence and things like this. So she did a mindfulness course recently, secular mindfulness, it's great. And she said now she's much more aware, just noticing these little pockets of negativity she would foist on herself, right? So she just kind of breathes, she goes, oh yeah, there's that voice, let it go. Or just staying there's that voice, I don't really have to totally give in to that. So to what Tibetan Buddhism will do, take it a step further, is analyzing what the voice is saying. Okay, so if the voice says, they didn't like my presentation, I'm in way over my head, I shouldn't be doing this, I can't really keep this consultancy going, I don't know why I thought I should have a business on my own. And this is somebody who's been successful for years in the consultancy, but these are the things she tells herself sometimes, okay? So we would ask you in Tibetan Buddhism to analyze, is that really true? I'm noticing my stress, I'm just noticing, I'm observing. So let me go into what the negative inner voices are saying. Actually, I've been able to support myself this way for 6 years now with this business. Let me just focus on the number of clients that have re-upped, have hired me again to do programs and projects for them. There's more of them than people that haven't called back. In fact, nearly everybody I deal with has called me back. Okay, you have to get real with yourself. So we have ruminating minds, correct? Don't a lot of them ruminate through negativity, which fosters the anxiety and the depression? Okay, so this is the effort you have to make, is you just want to observe the rumination. Oh, I'm doing it again, right? And if you need to imagine, and you get creative with yourself, throw a wrench in, like it's a complex gear network. Just stop it from speaking for a moment. Some people do that. I tend to analyze. Oh, there's the ruminating mind, okay, wait, let me just, so I keep saying that about myself. I never do anything right. Okay, let me analyze that. I never do anything right. Okay, well, this particular issue that got the voice activated again, that was a mistake, but all these other times I dealt with that person, it's been great. So I ask you now, how come all the negative stuff gets a lot of airtime as opposed to the positive things you do? And what about your positive qualities? How are those? So before we break for lunch, I'm going to start in the back of the room, if it's okay. I'd like you to say, this is a bit revealing, I know. I would like you to say just one word of your positive qualities. Just one word. Cynthia.
Assertiveness.
Jeff?
Smiling.
Is that ever true?
Kindness.
You can say the same one. You can say the same one.
Oh, only one.
But now I have resentment.
Okay, well, your lunchtime practice is going to be looking at that resentment then, okay?
I'd say generous.
Empathetic.
Curious? Caring.
Enthusiastic.
Emphasis.
Loyal.
Loyal.
They took my word.
Thoughtful.
I listen.
Sorry?
I listen.
Manifesting.
Caring.
Patient.
Caring.
Attentive.
Thoughtful.
Perseverance.
I'll say loyal. That was the first thing that came to my mind. So, thank you. I mean, round of applause for all of us, okay? Because what happens is, I do some practices with people, and sorry, I meant to do a little bit more, well, we'll do some more meditation before we break for lunch. More on concentration right now, but what I notice, we'll do this probably before the end of the day, some meditations you're trying to give love to yourself, how blocked people are. They're happy to do it to others, but as soon as their self is in front of them, it's the most frightening. They're like, I can't really love. If you don't start loving yourself, it sounds cliched, but it has to start here. The love, the compassion, you know. So the first teaching the Buddha gave was the Four Noble Truths. Famous teaching that was delivered in Sarnath, India, okay? After he became enlightened. Took 7 weeks for him to teach, for the conditions to come together, okay? The first of the Four Noble Truths, the first thing he said was, there is suffering. I thought that was a bit alarming. He gets enlightened and he's talking about suffering? Why isn't he talking about love and happiness, right? So there's very significant that he first went into suffering. To get to ultimate unconditional love and happiness, you have to transcend your suffering. In order to transcend it, you need to understand how you suffer. You really want to practice compassion, which is freeing others from suffering, wanting them to be freed of suffering, you have to know how you suffer. Otherwise, it's superficial. So the beginning is also recognizing and celebrating your good qualities, and a lot of people have issues focusing on that they even have any. And you do. So Buddhism says fundamentally you have Buddha nature. Buddha nature, and what that is, it doesn't mean you're a Buddha, okay? It's a seed that can manifest into a fully realized being. It's a potential. And every being with a mind has that. So this is another technique I use. The guy in front of me in the passing lane, okay, has Buddha nature. And just like me, he wants to be happy and he doesn't want to suffer. We're the same. He's not a jerk. He's very much like me. He's very much like me. Because I've been in the passing lane spaced out, not realizing that there's a whole, and I'm like, whoops. Right? So just ways to, you have somebody other fragmented from, the gossipy person, you got the politics at work, you got somebody, dissension at the office, this happens with all of us. These people have Buddha nature. Just like me, they have a seed that can manifest into a fully awakened being. Does it appear that they have more veils of obscuration over their Buddha nature right now? Possibly. But so do I. They're not really that unlike me because they want to be happy and they don't want to suffer. But certainly, due to different karma, people have different manifestations of how they're going to be on the planet. My job is to deal with my mind to make sure I've got a gentle, kind approach with whatever's going down. And it has to start with myself. So let's try a little bit more just to close before lunch. Some more concentration meditation. Are there any questions first? Any comments or confusion? Is this helpful for people?
I think one thing came to my mind real quick is just maybe it's just the way that you said it, but it was like you said that like mindfulness is really good, that it's entering the culture more mainstream and stuff like that. But is there any instance you would say where it's not so good? said it made me think of that.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I don't really think so. I think the only areas I get a little, where I might think it's challenging, where people hold it up like a flag and said, I can't help you right now, I'm being mindful. I'm working on my mindfulness practice. Like, where, I've seen that, even Dharma practitioners, where it's like, I mean, there's limits, there's a fine line of, I've got to do my meditation, I've got a consistent meditation practice every day, live in a household, and then something comes up out of the ordinary, but, there's always a way of like 10 minutes, I'll help you, but, this is when I've got my practice to do. Where people go, oh no, and it's very tricky with people doing retreat. So if you make out and eke out time to do retreat, this happened with a friend of mine, her mother didn't like that, didn't like the path she was on, and would create a huge saga, the house is burning down, and you plan this like month-long retreat somewhere else, and to always interrupt. So sometimes you have to find what is the balance and the fine line, not to shirk your household life responsibilities, and yet be honest with people that if somebody's continually interrupting you because they don't like you meditating, then that's something that has to be addressed. So then I would see, don't use it as an excuse to avoid other responsibility. But other than that, I think for people to be more mindful, they start to realize sometimes better responses in the space. And the other thing I want to talk about is just something for you to think about at lunch. Again, try to have some meaningful conversations at lunch about what we talked about, techniques that work for you, what do you think about some of the things, the techniques and ideas, concepts. We talked about anxiety and fear a little bit, and depression that can lend from that, and how our culture right now is kind of in the midst of all this, and it seems to be getting worse. The thing that's sad for me, because I have hosted work-study programs and teach at colleges and universities. Next week I'm going into a high school near me, which is great. So I love to be around younger people, and they are the future of the planet. They're so unbelievably stressed right now. I feel so sad for their generation, because it's a different time they're living in than when I grew up, which was very free and kind of more relaxed, I thought. So I feel for these people, and I have a number of friends in their 20s, and I'm very close with my niece and nephews and in their 20s. So we have to understand what's under fear. So I think if we get a sense of what's under fear, so I'm going to ask you to think about that. What do you think what motivates fear? What can you do about it? Things like that. I think that'd be interesting to hear your thoughts, responses. So let's sit for a moment. Any other comments, anything else? Yes?
Quick question is, if you live in a household and you have a partner, and they're not practicing meditation, what are the tips of like how to respectfully ask to like maybe not be interrupted, that you're trying to learn something new, or how do you kind of just tell them, I'm not really sure, like if you're learning but you also need to try to tell them.
Can you discuss it just like that with them? Just the words you said? Like, I'm really interested in this, and I kind of went to this class, and I got some stuff online, and I just need some time to kind of establish this practice, to try it. So I'm going to kind of go in here, make this space, and when I do, and you might even just informally be like, okay, I've got a half an hour right now, like, please don't bother me. If you find they're invading that space, then you might need to get a little stronger with it, like, this is my time, this is important to me. And if you have a healthy relationship, I think if you just discuss, honestly, what happened for me, and this was an interesting thing, is I lived in California for a long time, and I would come back to visit my parents in the Philadelphia area. So my mother was quite afraid of Buddhism. It was different than how I was raised, and she didn't understand it, and meditation went along with it, and she didn't know what, So the door in my room didn't really close fully all the time. So she would just kind of open it a little, and then she'd see me on the bed in this position, but with my back to her. And she knew what I was doing, but she didn't like it. So she'd interrupt me. Again, like she'd say, oh, what are you doing? She knew what I was doing. Aren't you having breakfast now? Are you, what, you know what? And I'd say to her, I'll be down in a half an hour, thanks, you know, but she didn't like it. But what she started to notice is the more she interrupted me from this practice, the crankier I got. And when I had the practice, I was quite pleasant. So that was a little instrument she herself fortunately noted. Unconsciously, she didn't say anything, we didn't discuss it. But fast forward 2 years, so my dad was outside the room, and the door was closed, but he started to call through the room. She had already been up and knew I was meditating. He starts saying something about, oh, we're gonna go, and I hear her outside the room, bless her heart, shh, she's meditating now. She's protecting my meditation space. She's meditating now, she says to him. So it took a little while, but also I wasn't there very often. If you're there, so I think, and I have called people where they don't meditate, but I'll phone and they'll be like, oh no, he's meditating now, so I'll tell him to call you back. So I think it just takes a little bit, again, it's about familiarity till they get familiar with this is your time. And people have times where I know with couples, and like I know when my dad's watching a football game. Like, I'm not going to make dinner in the middle of the football game because he's watching the football game. That's what he wants to do. He wants to see the end of the game. And so there's spaces where something as mundane as that, I respect. That's what he's doing. And so I would think that, you know, the partners, you give yourself space and just talk honestly with what you want to do.
Thank you.
Okay, let's sit for a little bit, just 5 minutes. Different kind of object of meditation we're going to try. We're going to place a little golden drop of light right here outside your nostrils. Okay, I want you to focus on that. Little drop of light, golden drop of light. If it helps you to increase your concentration, sharpen the intensity of the light. Okay, so first, again, we don't just jump right into it. Find the posture, check your posture. Again, you want to have your head slightly forward. If it's very up high, you get very distracted, and if it's lower down, you get drowsy. Eyes lightly closed, and again, the palms face up. The right palm on the left, and the thumbs are in a little triangle. You can try that. The arms like little wings that are out. So keeping the palms directly against the body at the level of the navel. Lightly close your eyes and begin to bring the gaze inward. First, bringing the mind to the breath. So imagine that glowing, radiant, golden drop of light just outside the nostrils. Bring all of your attention there. And if the mind wanders, simply become aware without any further elaboration and bring the mind back to the golden drop of light. So now, instead of focusing on the golden drop of light, as soon as I said golden drop of light outside the nostrils, I think everyone in this room was aware what that looked like and where to place it. There's an aspect of the mind, its awareness aspect, that knows how to do that. So now, instead of focusing on the golden drop, focus on what it is that is aware of the golden drop. See if you can find that space of awareness. It's more subtle. So for instance, instead of focusing on the breath, which we started, a basic meditation, as soon as I say focus on the breath, something knows what the breath is. That's your mind. See if you can find that space of awareness and stay focused on that instead. So instead of the breath, instead of the golden drop, it's what it is that's aware of those things. Just try your best. It is more subtle. See if you can find that space of awareness and stare at that instead. Instead of the breath, instead of the golden drop. So please relax and slowly open your eyes. Everybody find that space of awareness? A little more subtle. It's hard, you can try again and again. It's basically a meditation on the nature of mind. I just wanted to introduce that a bit. Is the drop easier to stay focused on? Sometimes it's helpful just to know different techniques than the breath you can try on your own, like that. What happens when your mind wanders off? Any stories in your head? What are the stories? Did you? I bet you did, right? It's amazing, isn't it? So we can talk more about that after the lunch break as well. One of the reasons I said without further elaboration, you're simply off the breath, you're off the drop, that's all. But with us, we go on and it's a whole MGM grand epic, right? And then you lay a trip on yourself that you had this whole epic. Just, I'm off the breath, back to the breath. Okay. And then with gentleness, I'll say directed towards yourself, back to the breath. I'm not like, stupid idiot, back to the breath, right? But sometimes we're like, I can't meditate, back to the breath. That's meditation. That's meditation. We're training our mind, okay, to be more focused. Training our mind to be more mindful. That's all. So what's the problem? You don't need to negatively judge. It says, I'm off the breath. It's natural for us to be off the breath because look at what we're familiar with. Multitasking. Smartphones. Weaving in traffic. You have to be very alert to do that in traffic. Seriously, you need a lot of, but you're used to fast. That's what our culture says. I actually now slow down. Meditation helps me slow my mind down. With my mind slower, I'm tracking much better. And then as a result, I get much more done if that's an issue, if that's something I need to do. It's not really the point for me, but I find, so when I get stressed, I had this mantra for a year at one of our centers. When I get stressed, I slow down. When I get stressed, I slow down. Because when you get stressed, oh my God, I'm not going to get this done. You can't think of anything then. Slow down, prioritize your list. What are the 3 absolute most important things that have to get done by the end of the day? And then some clarity, okay? Some perspective. I'm not going to get the rest of this done. It's not possible. So why? Stress myself out. I'll be paralytic soon. I won't be able to do anything. But these 3 things I can do. In fact, they have to happen. I need to figure out how to get them done. Maybe I need to ask for help. That's okay. We all need help. Okay? You understand? So this is a pattern. This is patience and perspective. And this is about being reasonable. So we're going to take a break for lunch. Lama Zopa Rinpoche has offered us, this is free online, cultivating mindfulness of bodhicitta in daily activities. He has these words he's using, so I'll just give you one right now. Where's the one? I think I have another one at home that has the... Okay, eating food. We're all going to eat lunch probably. If you can think this, if you can hold this in your mind, may all sentient beings, may all living beings or sentient beings that have a mind, may all sentient beings be free from the 6 root delusions and 20 secondary delusions. Be free from the 6 root delusions: confusion, ignorance, anger, hatred, same, attachment, desire. Those are 3. And then I'm going to add to that pride, doubt, and holding wrong views. Having mistaken perception of reality, let's say. But you just think about them being free from having these root delusions and secondary delusions. Something Rinpoche uses. He likes us to use his examples. So I'm just giving you an idea. Let me just see if there's another one that I was going to... Okay, when I open a door to the bathroom or outside, I'm opening the door of the transcendental wisdom gone beyond samsara for all sentient beings. So this wisdom of emptiness, just think, I'm opening the door, transcendental wisdom gone beyond samsara for all sentient beings. Okay, and this is maybe easier. You go out through the door, I'm bringing all sentient beings out of the prison of samsara. I'm bringing all sentient beings out of the prison of samsara. Just some mindfulness. This is Rinpoche's bodhicitta mindfulness. So again, the difference with regular mindfulness usually, not always, is about, I want to be less stressed. I'd like to be happier. I'd like to be focused and remember where my glasses are when I put them down. Right? Bodhicitta mindfulness is all about others. When you close a door, I'm closing the door of samsara for all living beings. So it just brings you with a little cushion of others around us. Can you go and have lunch in that space? Try. You get lunch, you go to buy lunch. What about the people behind the counter? What about the people in the restaurant? What about the cars if I'm crossing the street? A little focus on them, about who these beings are, beings in here, moving around the space, like that. Okay? So thank you very much. And I'd just like to offer our lunch, even though it's not in front of us right now, is to think about all of the beings on the planet hungry, starving. Could we just imagine if this food could be offered to all of them and release them immediately from their suffering? Really like to focus on the people in Aleppo and Iraq and all the war-torn places around the planet. Places also suffering from famine. And may the food nourish us, so we may in good energy continue the rest of our class and the rest of our day with good energy and alertness, and may it help us move along a path to full awakening so we can benefit all others. So really, for the purpose of benefiting others, we're going to practice the yoga of eating lunch. So please enjoy your lunch. And I'm sorry it's a little bit later, so let's come back at like 10 to 3. Is that okay? Thank you. So it's nice as we come back to, again, it's a perfect opportunity to reestablish your motivation. So you can build this in all day long of another chapter, another segment, transition. It's like, what's my motivation again? How's my motivation? Why don't we just close our eyes for a moment? And just in your mind, reestablish a good motivation for the rest of this class. And again, all the activities of the rest of your day. Relax. I want to just go back to the idea we talked about, a little bit of how quickly fast life is going, and we get caught up and we're in a hurry and we get stressed. So some of the things I've been reading lately, really helpful. Some Dharma, some non-Dharma, but kind of things that are related to Dharma, I'd say, like that. Is one of the things I came across was a statement about, I think it's easier to realize, this is actually from a Pema Chodron book I picked up a couple years ago. I think it's called Living Beautifully with Uncertainty and Change. I really recommend that book. Living Beautifully with Uncertainty and Change. All of her books are great. This one had a few newer things, different ideas and things, and I think it was in this book, I'm not 100% sure, where she mentioned something that I think it's easier to just let go, that you're never going to have it all together. What do you think of that? Like, I found it liberating, because we've got this idea that we're going to get it all together. Really? This is samsara. Did you forget? Okay, you're again flailing in the swimming pool. It's wet. What a surprise. So let that go. And then again, I mentioned when I get stressed, I slow down. So look at your priorities. So this is a little bit moving into making life meaningful. all of these three things are related: meditation, mindfulness, making life meaningful. But I've really had to reevaluate. You can do it many times in life. Reevaluate at times different chapters of what's happening now. That things change. So if you've got some level, some semblance of idea of what are your priorities now, right? It's easier to change them up, but it's really good. Take a piece of paper and, when we have longer times, I can do longer workshops. We break into groups and times to do that. We don't have as much time right now. And to really write down, it'd be fun to do that. I think we have some time to do that. Okay? Why don't we do that? I just think it's really helpful to working. What I'd like you to do, actually, before we break into smaller groups and things, is on your own, if you need to borrow a piece of paper, but regarding what makes your life meaningful, first of all, are you clear with that? So what I'd like you to do is make a list. What makes your life meaningful? What makes your life meaningful? Yeah, there's no reason we can't do this right now. We definitely have time, okay? So what makes your life meaningful? There's no limit to the list. You might surprise yourself. You may be stuck and just have 5 things. You may be just writing. What makes your life meaningful? That's one list. And just you can use one-word things. Like if it's, I want to have kids, family. Pets. Vocation. I want to have meaningful employment. I want, just make it somewhat brief. You don't need a paragraph about each of those. If it's something that needs a little explanation, you feel just add a little. Okay. And then what I'd like you to do is have another list, is what kind of priorities would you need to direct yourself towards the first list? Does that make sense? A third list could be, are there any priorities you're doing now that are not aligned with the second list? Is there anything different? Or are those priorities on list 2 reflective of how you're living right now? Any questions about that? Yep, no problem. List 1 is, what are things, and it can also be qualities in yourself, that lend to a meaningful life for you? This is just your relationship with yourself. What do you feel lends to a meaningful life for you? It could be qualities you'd like to develop, and also things, activities you'd like to do. The second list would be, what priorities in your life are best going to direct you to that meaningful existence? Meaningful qualities in yourself to develop. List 3 is it any different? Are those priorities of actually how you're living any different from list 2 than the priorities on list 2? Is there anything out of sync, is what I'm asking. And if so, can you list it? I'll just give a kind of mundane example. If you have a priority on list 2, I'd like to read more. Because on list 1 is I'd like to be well read and really read all the books of blah, blah, blah. Because that would educate me. So list 2 is I want to read, I want to have more time to read. But I notice on the third list is every time I kind of go to read those books and I turn on the TV. Somehow the TV is more of a priority than getting to my reading list. So any questions? Make sense? So what I'd like you to do is we're just going to go in what we can write down in 10 minutes. And then what I'm going to do is break you into small groups so that you can discuss those with each other, of any surprises that arose, and I'll remind you about that. So just take 10 minutes right now and create your lists. Can everybody do that? Is everybody doing it? Mr. Nye, are you writing down?
I'm Done. Finished.
So did you actually write it? Because it's different when you write it.
I wrote it.
It's, okay, cool.
He wrote it on his head.
I want you to write it down on paper. It's actually helpful when you write on paper, because you'll surprise yourself. I mean, you can, if you want to keep notes in the phone, you can try that. I find there's something about writing on paper that it's a different kind of exercise you can try, but anyway, whatever, so that you can keep a list like that. Are you okay here in the front?
I'm thinking.
You're thinking, okay, great. I just want people to really do it, because people sit there and then they go, oh, I didn't really get that much out of that, and I'm like, try the exercise. Thank you. I'm making a list myself. I will ask, be as honest as you can. It's really an exercise for yourself. So I know sometimes we write stuff and we think if I have to share it, I want to make sure it's the only right answer is being honest with yourself for it to have a little bit more meaning for you, like that. So it's just something I wanted to mention. few more minutes. Is everybody about done? You didn't write it? Okay. Maybe there's not so many of us here. I think we can just talk with the group here rather than breaking up, and it can take time to do that. Sometimes it's nice, I realize how we're sitting, sometimes I sit in a circle with people. You know, it's an easier, little nicer area. So any surprises? Any surprises before you jump out?
I really don't understand what it means to talk about a meaningful life. I spent the entire time trying to figure that out.
Okay, so that's one of the exercises I think that's helpful with this as well. Because sometimes when I do talk to people about it, part of it is they're not sure what brings meaning to life, to their lives, for one thing. And I think it's individual what a meaningful life can be for people. So I think that's a really good point that you're bringing up. What's your name?
Kate?
Kate. I think it's a great point. So, and I think it's different for everybody, obviously, of what is a meaningful life. But for me, there was one time when I wasn't really sure what brought meaning to my life. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about, or do you mean a more meaningful life in general?
I realized that I don't really know what the phrase means.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
That's all
I
I can
mean,
say.
I think one thing would be, and actually, let me hear also from some of you, what do you feel when somebody says to you, meaningful life? It's going to be different things for different people. What does that say to you? Just in general, what comes to mind? Yes?
I mean, like, I think generally, maybe like meaningful is like success. Like, I just want overall success. So I wrote like, like work. So meaning like I want to be successful in my job. And then like father, like I want to be a successful dad, or something like that. Not successful dad.
Sure, yeah.
And then the third, and it's not in this. That's not the priority order.
Right.
But the third one was a good Buddhist person.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not sure.
Yes,
I
yeah.
was just with the mind.
Right.
But I don't know.
No, I think it's great. No worries. I mean, it would be, to some degree, what I hear you saying is, as a dad, I want to make sure that I'm doing it well. So it really lends meaning in a positive way, that it's significant to a certain degree, that I'm doing it on the planet in a more beneficial way. Something like that is maybe what I would. Does that sound like what you're?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's also like I don't know exactly, sort of like what she's saying. Like I don't know exactly what it represents to be a good dad anyways.
Right,
I'm just,
right.
good to me is like, I just wanna do good, but I don't know,
Uh-huh.
I'm sure of what good is,
Right.
like a model or something like that, I don't know.
And even if we take the word meaning, I think I can understand a little bit, what is that about? Like, what do you mean meaning in life? Like, there are words when we hear meaningful life, like, you hear this a lot, meaningful life, and I sometimes have thought for myself, when I wake up in the morning and setting a motivation about, can I do something worthwhile today? Can I do something that has meaning, which for me is about getting the focus off of myself. That's a little bit for me what speaks to me, which if I say the word meaning, it has significance for me. But it's going to be different again for other people. I'm just trying to more define meaning or meaningful life. Something that gives my life worth, value. Not that our lives don't have value anyway, but something that really is the succulence of what I'm on the planet for. And for me, it's really about benefiting others, but that can manifest in many different ways for me. Teaching, doing retreat, meditating, doing prison work, we're going into schools, working in diversity stuff, different things like that. So maybe I'm talking about more of a significance and a purpose, a beneficial purpose, something like that. Does that help a little bit define?
Yes.
A little bit, but other people, what are your other things? If I say meaningful life, what comes to mind? Yeah, in the back, yep.
I think that kind of at it from more of the opposite side. What do I need to do or have or be in my life so that at the end of the day or the end of my life, I don't think I've wasted it.
I definitely have a feeling for myself of not wasting time. That was on my, it's on like 2 of my priority lists. Like the second one is don't waste time, and the third one is wasting too much time, things like being lazy. So I think that's a cool one about not wasting time, and also it's interesting at the end of life, I even have a thing now, when you get in bed at night, go to sleep, a lot of people do so unconsciously, but I know when I go to sleep, before that I've had some practice of how did the day go and doing my practices and what happened, and it's a way of rebalancing, meaning some things went really well. Like I set a motivation in the morning, and the day went, I might come back tonight and go, well, I taught this class as best as I could, I tried to give some information, I think it went pretty well, it seemed to resonate with some people, maybe not with everyone, but I tried my best. And I did my practice. I tried to be kind. I was really kind of laughing at myself and watching my mind in the passing lane or not in the path, just think. But I first focus on what went well. Then I focus on what didn't go well. I got impatient with someone. I was this, and then I have a purification practice I can do for the negative stuff. But then when I actually get in bed to lay down, I have a little motivation there. And part of that motivation, there's times when I lay down to go to sleep and really feel like I used the day well. So I might even say for me that lends meaning. And I might even qualify to say positive meaning to my life. And I feel like I didn't really waste much time today. I really was living authentically with my priorities and my values together and manifesting myself how I feel is an expression of that.
I want to just
Yep.
add one little thing to that though too,
Yep.
is that by not wasting time does not mean that I've produced, I think that sometimes just sitting and being is not wasting time at all. Sometimes it's the most important thing on that day.
I wouldn't say sitting and being is wasting time. Spending too much time on my phone can be wasting
That's
time.
wasting time, that was definitely on the list.
I had a lesson tech it said, because I find sometimes I travel a lot, so the phone is a tool that I'm using, whether it's navigating a driving thing, checking an airfare, email to groups that are asking me to come, updating the website. A lot of it is done on my phone now, and yesterday my sister and I were talking on the phone about how dependent we are on this little box. My life is in the box. My calendar, and she said her phone display died just the other day. She had a meeting, an important meeting. She comes out of the subway and she's like, I don't have the phone number of the person. I don't know where I'm meeting them. I don't have the direct, I have not, she's like, I have nothing now, you know, like, cause it's a tricky thing of the dependence on technology. I know it can be helpful. I know it can save us time. It's sometimes tricky, which is why I'm doing more teaching from my phone and computer. I didn't bring the computer today, and I still like the page because I like it because it's here right now. It's easy like that. So I think that, so no, sitting and being, I wouldn't say is necessarily wasting time. If you're doing it all day long, that could be a little problematic unless you're in a kind of Shine retreat.
Right. Sitting and watching TV all day, not so good.
Maybe not so good, yes. Yeah, exactly. Depends. But it depends what you're watching on TV. Are you studying something that you're, like, again, so there's no good or bad with anything. It's really, is this on my priority list because it's getting me to learn more? I wanted to learn about this subject and do this class, so this is what I have to do that. Or I want to be more patient, and in order to do that, I found this really cool online course, and I'm going through these exercises, and it's really cool. So it's not that the technology is evil, it's just the balance and what we're using it for, and yeah. Or there are a lot of things that are on list 3, which are, seem to be other priorities I have that are not necessarily leading me to manifest list 1.
For me, yes. Yes, and that's one of the surprises doing this list or this exercise was that list 1 and 2 were about 2 or 3 things each. But then list 3 started manifesting, and if we weren't talking, I could probably still write stuff on there. And it just, there's so many things, it's almost like this sacrificial paradox that I'm currently living in my life. That in order to achieve list 1, I had to take care of the things on list 3 and vice versa. And sometimes I can't really determine where the priority of the priorities lay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, to me, the big struggle that I'm dealing with right now.
Yeah. And I think something that's helped me that I still work on every day is like one thing at a time. So if I have this big third priority list and go, oh, all these things that are in the way, or I'm realizing there's too much of this that doesn't benefit anybody, you know, so I can't deal with all those things. So what I'm gonna do is the next month, the big focus will be on that I'm limiting when I do emails. Like, I'll give you an example, that's one of my things. Because when you have a phone, you can check email all the time. It's not, I've waited, doesn't seem to be beneficial anymore. That you don't, first of all, you don't have to get back to people right away, because when you do, you get another response. Right away. I seem to, like right away, it jumps back in, and then I'm like, she had to answer so quickly, like I didn't need, and now answer with another question. But so there are very few real email emergencies, because a real emergency is 911. Blood is spurting out of somebody's aorta. But I get messages from people that are a crisis. I need your answer right away. And I read the email, but it doesn't, so, and then what happens is when people got used to me responding right away, I don't respond right away now, I get another email, what's wrong, are you okay? And so I just have limited it where now I don't get that anymore, because people know I'm not gonna answer right away. And so I'm also, on the phone, I had to resist for a while pushing the mail button that would immediately start downloading emails. And be like, no, I'm not, and I don't do it before I go to bed at night anymore. I used to. That's a nasty time to look at emails, okay? And then I couldn't sleep, and I'd be, so there's certain things when I looked at, I dealt with it, and it was really like, next month, that's what I'm gonna deal with. And I had to really resist, like I'd be like immediately, the habit was laying in bed at night, oh, I'll just see if there's any, and I'd be like, don't do that, and turn the phone off, turn it off.
And have that discipline to be consistent with, at least for that time.
And try.
That period of time.
And for that period of time, to make a little deal with yourself, because I also like to read a lot, and I like to read real books, but I have books on my phone when I travel. So then I'd be like, well, I'm just reading my book, but the phone is open, and suddenly the emails are going to be, like, all I have to do is push 2 buttons, and the emails are there. So I had to be very tough about it, to say, like, no, this is when we read now. This is our reading time. You have to be firm. So again, this path, I'm sorry, it takes effort. It takes effort, but that's what's so great about spiritual centers. Because you can come, there's like-minded people, and I know for me, I found some centers when I first got into Buddhism, and one of them I was like, okay, I'm gonna go every week, just once a week I'm gonna go. I couldn't do any other time. Once a week I think I'll go and I'll do the meditation night. So when I went there, and the meditation wasn't all such a great thing for me. I was trying to do my own meditation, but it was a support, but it was more the people I met. Suddenly they were like-minded. I could talk to them about, oh yeah, I want to help people too. Oh, you're volunteering at that animal shelter thing. I'd like to do that. That's a value I have of giving back. So so that supports you, and then you'd start to form some relationships, and then I could say to somebody, I'm really struggling with, I just seem to not being able to get on my cushion every day. What do you do? So that's why the Dharma centers, you're going to meet people that are struggling with the same things you are, or they maybe have been in it a few more years and they're like, that was really hard for me, this is what I did. I didn't have dinner right away when I got home from work, from my 9-to-5 job. That's when I did some meditation for half an hour. Why? Because I was still alert. Once I ate, forget it. I wasn't going to sit. That was a little tip I learned from somebody. So, you want to do some practical, common sense things like that. And just deal with one at a time, like slowly chip away. And then what happens is if you get a handle on one, you're not going to be perfect. Like there were times I was really good for a few weeks and then I went on the email one night, and then I forgave myself. I went, well, okay, it was a long habit. I just did it once. It's okay. Tomorrow is a new day. But slowly you feel empowered and you feel like I can do this. What's the next thing on my list? I can do this. And so I don't know how many of you, do any of you go to the library? I'm a big library. I love libraries. For me, it's like the greatest place on the planet. Like free books, could be better than that, right? But I like the whole lending idea, and then you get this book and you feel all the people that have read it, these people have read it and spilled stuff on it, and but you have this book and for a period of time, but what I did is I get so excited, so I take out 6 books. I couldn't read 6 books in 3 weeks. We have a 3-week limit at our life. I couldn't read 6 books. So take out 2 books. Because then I'd be like, oh, I'm never going to get to them. So I'd never open any of them. Take out 1 or 2 books. Just make, but we get kind of piled up. Like I should, and you see somebody else at the library with their stack of books, and then you get a little, is she going to read all those books? Maybe she got them for 3 people in her household. You don't know that, right? So, and everybody reads differently. So slowly, make it possible for yourself. So meditation practice too, because some of you are newer, is can you sit for 10 minutes in the morning? You can just start with the placement. Just trying to get my breath focused on something. Initially you're off. Immediately off. So I'm just slowly going to sit, have a little bit of time to just be quiet, be still. How often are you still during the day? When you're dead asleep. That's about it, right? Or maybe when you're going to the bathroom, because we certainly don't want to be moving around then, right? But that's about it. I mean, it's amazing how we're just not. I see people in the middle of eating dinner, and they and they jump up and they go upstairs and they come back and then they're on their phone. We just have so much trouble doing the one thing. So, what I was mentioning is, in just tracking just getting the focus to do one thing at one time as well can be very helpful, very stabilizing. But if you get the 10 minutes of meditation, okay, and you start doing that for a month, fantastic. Maybe you decide to add 10 minutes in the evening, just sitting quietly, okay, and just trying with the breath. Then you can go on from there to learn other meditations. But what already happens is I've now wedged in this time to be still, and it kind of feels good. Just a little quiet time for myself. So in the beginning when I started meditating, I didn't know what I was doing at all. But I had some guides, a book, but I still didn't really have the pattern. So I had a box, a cardboard box I turned upside down. That was my first altar with a scarf over it. And I put a candle. You know, I didn't know but I needed a place to sit, and I had a cushion. I'd sit there, right? Little room I had in this apartment that I shared with a couple people. And I would sit there, and so what happened is sometimes I didn't know what I was doing, but I sat there. So I got in the habit of sitting there, and I liked it. Because it was one calm little moment for me. And then slowly I learned what to do, so I started using the time in a more meaningful way. Like that was something directed with some focus and purpose. But so sometimes, and then there's times even now, I notice, you sit down, and some of you that have long time meditation practices here, you'd sit, and sometimes you sit down and the mind, right, totally uncooperative, right? Yeah. Yesterday was okay, but today, garbage. I just can't focus on anything. I'm just like, or I'm worried about something, or something's going on with my kid, and I'm, okay. So, but I still show up for the practice. I'm still there, just observing that my mind is very distracted. So then, in your developing wisdom in your practice, I have a little prayer book. We have these gold prayer books back here, right? So that might be the time when I'm just going to read a couple prayers. They just kind of oil my mind up, get it a little more lubricated so it can sit. Because right now, so that's your wisdom in your practice, is it may not look identical every day because it's the same mind, but your mind is different every day. Your mind probably right now, slightly different than this morning when you came in? Like a little bit, it's the same mind. I know it's your mind, but sometimes in the morning I'm sleepy, or I was really focused this morning, now I'm a little agitated and tired and ready for it to be over. Who knows? Whatever your experience. So be wise with yourself is, oh, right now, meditation's going well. Maybe I'll stay 5 more minutes. Maybe I'll stay 5 more minutes. The other thing you don't want to do is stay too long where you're pushing, squeezing meditation. So you get up from the cushion, and after times you start hating to even see the cushion. So you want to also leave the practice with when you're somewhat refreshed, it's going well. So you can have a debate at the time, if it's going well, do I just stay for a couple more minutes or leave it here with a nice feeling that I had a lot of concentration right now. So over time you may find the 10 minutes expands to 15 or 20 minutes, even longer. But if you start out of the gate with, I guess I should be sitting for an hour, and you're not going to do it, you'll never do it. So make something that's reasonable for yourself, that you actually will get to. And the same with the priority list. Like break it down one by one. What turned up on list 3 that I can start chipping away? I can't do all of them. I can't eliminate all of them from my life. Slowly. Make sense? Other questions about your lists, or, excuse me. Yes.
What do you do if what makes your life meaningful and your priorities in a way contradict each other? For example, like the very first thing on my list was making sure that my kids were happy and helping them like become productive citizens. Like I actually write this. First thing off my mind was make sure that they do the things to become productive citizens.
Mm-hmm.
And then later and the second thing I wrote was feeling loved, because that's, my family and my friends and my kids will.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I'm making my second and third lists and I'm looking for things I'm not doing that is supposed to be for list 1, I realize that I don't help my children do the things that they're supposed to be doing to be productive, because when I make them do those things, I'm unloved. So, for example, like I have a 12-year-old son who loves video games, and instead of doing his homework, he would rather play on his computer. Well, I don't really like being the evil, why are you so mean, mom, when I take the cords out of his computer. Instead, I make excuses and say, oh, well, we still have a few more hours of the evening, he could do it later. When I know he's not going to do it, and unless I actually do remove the cords, he's not going to get to it. So I do this every day. And my partner at home, he points this out to me too. You complain he doesn't do his homework, but you're not taking away the computer that you know he can't, cognitively he can't stop himself and say, gee, I should be responsible today. Like he can't. So
Right.
I have these conflicting priorities where I want them to be happy and I want them to feel like I'm this great parent, yet I feel terrible when I force them to do things that I know they're going to be unhappy with me.
So how old are your kids? 12 and
8.
12 and 8. Okay. So is your partner their father?
No.
No. Okay. Because he's not as much
Well,
involved
he
then.
was for 13 years, but he's no longer. I
Okay.
have a new partner now that has
Okay.
been in my life for 1 year,
Okay.
but he's not their father.
Right. But he lives with you. The 1 year. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So it's really you. It's really you
It's really
wanting.
me.
Yeah. So the other thing with parents with teenagers, pre-teeners, younger kids, when you're in the child rearing time, I don't have children, so I can't really speak firsthand, but I'm quite involved with my niece and nephews, and their parents used to ask me to get involved, because she'll listen to you. He listens to you, like, because I was the fun aunt, you know,
Well,
kind of.
they really do listen better to a person who's not their parent. I
They
don't
do.
understand that either.
However, that's part of parenting, and there's those ugly years when your child should be, you know, given a suitcase and told to, you know, go off until you'd like to be a normal, compatible human being, and those are the adolescent years. It's a special time of life. Several of us went through it. I was a witch during those years, and I knew if I had a kid, I would get the curse that she would grow up to be just like me, okay? I thought, what a nightmare, okay? So I think what you have to do is there's a little bit of grin and bear it with making sure you have a good motivation. Really check your motivation. They will say things, I hate you. I will hate you forever, okay? I said that to my mother. It was not true. I deeply loved my mother. I think deep down she knew it, but that's what kids do in our culture. For me, it's very sad what goes on in our culture, because my Asian sisters and brothers, their families, the kids do not respond like that at all. So I don't know what we're doing that, that's right, I did hear about this work that was maybe going to go on here. I wonder if, what I was hoping, we only have like an hour left, if there's any way can they concentrate on another part of the thing for the next hour? Because somebody said, I hope it doesn't disturb you too much. I thought, they've been pretty quiet out there, but we'll see. So I think there's a grin and bear it component of being the good mom, and part of it is you have to also derive love from other aspects of your life. Your kids deeply love you. They may not say that and show it when they're 12 years old, right? They may not show it again until they're about 17, okay, which is really hard.
Right.
Okay, but the thing is, maybe with your partner, with the rest of your family, that you have some value. The fact that you have 2 kids that you care to make them decent beings. But here's the thing we talked about at lunch. Maybe. We weren't so good at our table, but I was trying to talk to Jeff about Laudo, where he might go. I asked you to look at some of the issues we talked about, anxiety, fear, things like that. What's underneath those? Did anybody talk about that at lunch?
No,
Did
but
we
I thought-
drop our mindfulness and forget that one at lunch? So there's another part that relates to, sorry, what's your name again?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm Lisa.
Lisa. Relates to Lisa's thing of, I really had one of my main values that gave meaning to my life is for my kids to grow up to be decent human beings. Like, thank you for being that kind of parent. Okay, now, and it means different things to different parents, but when they're younger, and it's almost a little bit too late for your son, but not necessarily, okay? Parents that I know, a lot of parents all over the planet that I've met, try to impart some basic values to kids at a very young age. They say sometimes by the time they're 5, it's done.
Correct.
But I'm not totally convinced, but slowly, a lot of it is done. So values, my sister and her husband, generosity. You know, so when the kids' birthdays happened, and birthdays are a lot about me and what I'm gonna get for my birthday. That's how American kids are, we're not all American here, but that's how in our culture it's, so they made them give one toy to kids in need. That's a value my sister and her husband had. They wanted to impart it to their kids. You know, they also volunteered at a homeless shelter. And one of them would go and sleep at the homeless shelter, like one night a month. And the kids knew that. The kids didn't come, but the kids knew, and the kids visited the shelter at times and met some homeless people, and they saw what their parents did. This is when they were older than 5, but when their parents did. So there's ways like my parents imparting some things like that to me of volunteerism. I learned that. I kind of thought, what's that about? You know, as a teenager, I could care less about it. But actually, I did some volunteering. But you know, I wasn't, because teenagers are they're emerging in the world. So the butterfly's coming out of the cocoon, and it's all of its efforts got to come in getting out of that cocoon. It's a very arduous thing getting through adolescence. So a lot of their focus is going to be on themselves, how they're busting out of the cocoon. So I'm not going to lay on them like you should know this now, but you just try to impart those values. And then karma is at play, meaning they have their own imprints of things they've done in past lives with their body, speech, and mind that's imprinted in their mind, okay? So underneath fear, I'm just asking you, what's going on? What makes us afraid? What are we afraid of?
What we don't know.
What we don't know, for sure.
Losing
What else?
identity.
Losing identity.
For me, personally, it's control.
Control, right? Certainly what we don't know, these are all related, but we have this idea that we can control everything. We'd like to. We'd like to. What can you control?
What you eat. So sorry, I'm
To some
up a
degree.
different seminar.
No, that's okay. Right? What can you control?
What you say.
What you say?
I'm learning a lot now, not a lot, for me.
Not a lot. You can't
Not
control
a
it.
lot.
And from what you say, where does that come from? What you say? Where does it get formulated?
Thought.
It's your mind. Thought. Wait.
Sometimes things just get blurted out, and I'm not sure where they came from.
Okay, so think about that. Think about where they come from, because that's a very critical thing. A lot of people just think, I just said it random. It comes from a thought, but you check yourself. It comes from a thought. Where does the thought come from? From the mind. But why is that thought in there and not that thought? How come that I had a positive? How come she has a positive thought, but I had a negative take on this? Isn't that interesting? Karma. Different imprints are planted that you plant with your body, speech, and mind. This life, past lives. You may not believe in past lives. That's okay. But in this life, you're creating your own reality based on the imprints you're making in your consciousness. I'm equating that with mind. It's the same. Consciousness, mind, same. You make imprints, okay? And those imprints are going to come to fruition in various ways. Karma says, positive imprints I make with my body, speech, or mind definitely ripen in happiness for you. Negative imprints I make, lying, stealing, cheating people, being rude, being offensive and all that, will definitely ripen in suffering for you in the future. Could be this life, could be a future life. Okay? So kids come in with their own karmic propensities. Your son and daughter, is it?
Yes.
Are they the same or different?
Drastically different.
Same parents?
Yes.
Yeah, drastically different. Isn't that interesting?
My
Right.
son is very egocentric and my daughter is very generous and kind.
Yeah, I mean, different karmic imprints. For me, it was like when I got into Buddhism and saw my nephews a year and a half apart, same parents, right? Night and day, right? And I was like, karma, I'm like, my God. Like they're two totally different individuals. Some little bit of traits from their parents, not most of it. Little bit of influences, certainly the way they look, the way they walk, certainly influenced by the parents, but their thinking, oh my goodness, completely different, still different. They're in their 20s. And they're close and they're nice guys and stuff, but so I really was like, unbelievable. Did you ever see a litter of kittens or puppies? This is another example. So please check up yourself. I looked at this stuff. I didn't know about karma. I mean, I had some idea as a young kid. I somehow had some feeling about karma as a young kid, but I wasn't sure. Karma's hard to prove. They say you need a highly realized mind to understand the intricacies. But we can understand some things. But one way I looked at it, if you ever looked at a litter of kittens or puppies, right? They're all different. Do you see their behavior? One is always sleeping over in the corner, right? One is constantly biting on everything, chewing everything. And one comes out, wants to connect, very affectionate. Loves it. Who are the same parents there? The dog's sitting there, and there they are. All their unique little minds ticking off with little karmic imprints ripening every moment. It's fascinating. So you can't really control. You impart some knowledge to your kids, and you know, as a parent, you do the best you can do, and you're going to make mistakes.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid of the karma of taking all those computer cords away.
But the thing
He's really
is,
unhappy with me when I do that.
so I grew up in the TV age. We didn't have smartphones. I grew up with TV was the great evil when I was growing up, and we wanted to watch it all the time. Now, what didn't help is when I was a senior in high school. It was a little bit later, but I was a senior in high school. My father changed jobs and started an electronic repair business in our basement, mainly to fix televisions. His license plate says Dr. TV. That's his license plate. That's what he's known as. Right? He doesn't really do much of it anymore, but he did for years. The technology's finished now. Nobody fixes TVs anymore. Some of them are designed not to be fixed. You can't even open them up. You can't get parts for them. They're designed to be thrown away. It's very sad about our culture, right? In India, they fix umbrellas. Can you imagine? Umbrellas and thongs. Flip-flops. They fix in India. I love that. In Kathmandu, I bring little cheap lighters and I get them refilled. And I give them out to poor people, right? That need them to light their oven, their stoves. So we just throw this stuff out. So he started this electronics. So we had TVs all over the house. We had a rule during the school year: you are not allowed to watch TV Sunday through Thursday night. If you got A's and B's, you were allowed one show during that period a week. If you got all A's, you had unlimited viewing, provided all your homework was done. I hated that. I hated my parents for it. I hated my uncle, my mother's brother, who suggested it, and she took it from him. Right? I'm so grateful now to my parents for limiting the TV time. What a waste of my mental space. So he's going to hate you. He's going to say he hates you. Kids like boundaries. They really like boundaries. They will prefer boundaries. I remember my nephews used to say that to my mother. She's strict, but we're basically good kids, but sometimes we need the strictness. They said this as teenagers. I was amazed. They said it only to me, not to her, but I heard it. I knew that, and then I silently, secretly went to her and I said, no, you're doing great. Just keep doing it. You're fine. I didn't tell all their little secrets to her, but so you have to make those really hard decisions, and they'll rail at you, and it's part of it, but you can't really control how they end up manifesting on the planet. You give them the information, and then don't beat yourself up because you're not perfect, because there's no perfect parent on the planet. Because you went to the Harvard of parenting schools, right? Like all the other parents,
I
right?
read several books. I didn't much do. I got a degree in psychology and a master's in psychology. Hasn't helped me at all.
That's right. No, I always laugh with people because all these other things, we get educated in schools. I don't care if it's community college, we went to high school, and then maybe you have the advantage to go to college or university, and maybe you get a master's, and maybe you go on. And all these other things we get educated, but not parenting? My God, this is the most valuable vocation on the planet. This is the hardest one, I think. And the only school you got was your parents, and how well did they do it? And they got it from their parents, right? Now when I look back, and I railed against my parents as a teenager, I was at war continually. I look back now, I have no doubt they did the best they could do. I have no question about it. I'm not even faulting them. Say they did the best they could do with the tools they had, which wasn't much. No, they did the best they could do. They made mistakes, but boy did they do a good job, right? So it's a tricky thing. So partly is the letting go, and you check your motivation, and you can be really clear. You can also, can you change up disciplining techniques. This is hard, because eventually they tune you out. I know with my sister, I'd hear her say to them, get down here, wash the dishes now, and I could hear, they just heard like, you know? And then their habit, what they're familiar with, is ignoring mom. We have a joke in our family, because she has 3 floors of stairs in a small house in England, she lives, but it's a narrow house, but 3 floors. So they're on the top, and I'd hear her yell up the stairs, this god-awful, like, get down here, you know. And then there'd be silence, because we love to ignore that. There'd be silence, and then I'd hear, acknowledge! So we always have a joke in our family about, acknowledge! You know. And then you'd hear from the very top, you would hear, okay, you know, yes, you know, whatever. So what I did is, she sometimes when I visited, she would, she'd get so angry, and she'd say, go up there and get him down here now. You know, I'm like, with this exorcist voice, you know. I'd be like, she's like, you go up there and get him down here now, he'll listen to you. And I'm like, I don't want to discipline my nephews. I'm the fun aunt. I don't want to be in that role, but I knew she was a single parent for from when they were 10 and 12 years old. Her husband died. It was a nightmare, okay? So I go upstairs and I'm like, he's playing on the computer. I know exactly what he's doing. There's a little alcove. You have to turn around and you'd be right in his face. And I'm like, what am I gonna say? I kind of snuck upstairs quietly. So he didn't hear. I'm like, what am I gonna say to him? He knows he's supposed to do the dishes. He knows what, you know, that she sent me up. And I turn the corner, there he is, and he sees me and he's immediately like, you know, I'm gonna get yelled at. And what I did is I started tickling him. And I just said, you know, you're supposed to be downstairs to do the dishes. And he's like, ah. And then we both had a big laugh. That was it. I didn't say any more. I left. And 2 minutes later, he came downstairs. So again, that was me, my thing. But somehow to trip him up, where he's expecting you to respond a certain way, and you decide to do it a little differently. That takes more creativity. It's harder, especially if you're busy and you're stressed. The other thing is, what about deals?
I do a lot of driving, yes.
But also deals where, can you make it their choice? So my sister-in-law did this really well. The room has to be cleaned up, and we're leaving, or we're going out, or we're gonna do this. So listen, hey, you've got a choice. You can clean up the room right now, or you can clean it up in 15 minutes. What do you wanna do? She'd kind of make it all exciting, like, hey, this is your choice. You know, basically, you're gonna clean the room up, okay? You know, but sometimes especially when they're younger, they kind of miss up on, and they'd be like, okay, I'll do it in 15 minutes. So then you have to hold them to the 15 minutes. So, and then at the 15 minutes, you may end up stuck again, where they're like, you're like, oh no, but remember we had a deal. We had a deal. Oh, you don't want to come with us? Okay, then I'll get somebody to come over here and watch you. Or I'll, you know, like my sister had some things like that where she could quickly, and then so it's tricky. And I don't think there's any problem really removing the cores because it's hard in the computer games. Well, it's like when we watch TV, it can really be, it depends what kind of computer games they're playing. Be careful. My nephews tended at one point, as they got to be older teenagers, they somehow bought some really violent, I think sexually inappropriate computer games. Violently, things. And then I noticed when I was visiting, I heard them screaming during the game, like some really awful things. Awful things about women as well. Violent things. Okay, so be very careful. These things leave an imprint. We know TV and movies leave an imprint. So do the novels we read, the books we read, the magazines we see. Things leave an imprint. Kids are more susceptible, possibly. There's less stuff in there, so it sometimes seems to go in a little deeper. So somehow I was in the house as a Buddhist, staying in the next room, hearing this garbage from them. Kill that bitch, get that. Like just over and over and over, and I actually couldn't, I just was like, I can't live here, I don't want to be on this floor, like I can't. And so then I was going to take it to my sister, and then I decided to discuss it with them. And, they still wanted to play stuff, but I just said, you guys don't realize the imprint. leaving, like, I never heard you talk like this the last time I visited, 6 months ago. Like, it's pretty heavy. I actually don't really feel comfortable, like, living on this floor with you. All this, and they were kind of like, it was like when I came, so I'm like, I can't deal with this. Then my sister overheard, she's like, what? And I said, I said, I'm not ratting anybody out, but this is really unhealthy. And that's my opinion. I said, it's your house. You can do what you want, but I think she didn't know they were doing, and she I think some of it dismantled some of it and just said, no, so you just have to be careful of what's reasonable, but there's certain things I just find really abusive, and I really, sometimes, depending on the space, will just be like, I don't want to be around this. I kind of chose, this is kind of hard, this election season. I have to say, I came back into the country in February, sometimes in India teaching, and my dad, as an older person, watches TV about 13 hours a day. So I got him on wireless headphones now, finally. I couldn't take the droning, but what happens is when he's not on the TV, he comes out and then this is what he talks about. So my brother and I have really cut him off. There's certain people we don't want to hear about. I don't really need my mental space, but it's been hard. Just the influence went what everybody's talking about. And I've chosen not to watch most of it and really keep it kind of, but it still invades. It still comes in that I'm counting the days till November 8th at this point. It's been quite a painful process, I feel like, for the country. Not our best side showing out like that, not really who we are. And so sorry, that was a long answer, but this next step I wanted to talk about in changing behavior. How do we change behavior? And what I wanted to ask, do you need a short stand-up break or stretch break? People okay? Okay. So we have about a little more than half an hour. And any questions, anything? Anything related to the last little exercise?
I just want to tell Lisa, I have a very, very good friend who raised 3 girls, and like easy.
Wait, so speak up so we can get.
So I said I have my best friend, she and I have been friends for more than 40 years, and she and her husband raised 3 girls, and she said to me once when I had taken custody of a niece of mine, she says, if your kids don't tell you they hate you at least once, you're not doing your job. So, yeah.
And it's sad and painful. I know one of my friends had some of you may have this in your households, nobody goes to bed angry without a hug or something. So that sometimes can help that at the end where they probably know they're loved because of the restraints like that. Like my nephew's saying to me that they were glad to have boundaries set up. Kids will push it, but they know, I think they like having the boundary there so they can push it like that. So what happens in the behavior then is, I find the list interesting if you can slowly look at list 3 for your life and whittle down and notice where you can make adjustments, and again, make them reasonably. Make them reasonably. Somebody I know on their other list, in another course I was doing, they watched a lot of TV, so they realized they were so addicted, but what they did is they couldn't just cut it out, like all at once, cold turkey, it wasn't gonna work. So they started limiting, an hour less a week, and then that got replaced with another habit that they liked better, reading or something. So slowly, and then eventually they stopped missing it. It takes about 2 weeks to make a new habit. So you just see how it takes hold, and again, it is gonna take some strength of mind to say, I'm not gonna check the emails before I go to bed, or, it does take some, you can also distract yourself with other things. So I started also, and it's not so much distract yourself with other things, but you can, but for me with the phone, it became when I'm at my father's, where I'm living, where I'm based, when I'm not traveling, was when I'm there I can get books out of the library. Why is that helpful? Then I don't have to read on my phone, I can read the book. So the phone got turned off 2 hours before I went to bed, put to the side, whatever, so I don't need it. It's nothing I really need. If I started, and then what happens is distraction comes in and says, I just need to check the calendar for one, and then the phone goes back on. It's like, no, I can do it tomorrow. There's nothing really urgent right now that needs to happen. And then get the book out, and then I'm in a different space. Once I open a book, I'm in a really different space than the technology. So have other little replacement things you feel maybe are a little healthier, or just get you whittled, kind of weaned off of the other thing. Okay. So unfortunately, these two people were here earlier. They stopped in for a little bit of the session. I mentioned we were going to talk about this later. The next step is changing our behavior to figure out a way to get more meditation and mindfulness in, directed towards creating more meaning in our lives, something more positive in our lives or worthwhile. We've talked about setting up a meditation practice and encouraging some mindfulness techniques and things. So I think slowly is that slowing down that comes for me from the meditation practice is really, really helpful. Okay? And so finding how does that speak to you in life? What is going to get you to set something up like that and get you on your cushion a little bit, even if you're just, there are times I'll just be sitting and I'm just like, well, at least I'm showing up here. I don't know what I'm doing, I'm too tired today, but I'm in position, I'm familiar with this position. Also, sitting postures do become more familiar for your body over time. I know I mentioned here in another class, I learned to meditate when I was 27. It's my first formal meditation course. Actually, there was one when I was younger, when I was 15, but I think when I was 27, I really wanted to do it and started doing it. So I couldn't sit like this for more than 10 minutes. My knees just were not happy. And I'm much older now. And just out of the habit of sitting like this, I can sit for long periods of time. So again, the body adapts. Initially seated in a chair, my sister said that from doing a meditation course. She just said my body wasn't comfortable in any position I put it in. So again, stay with it. Make it as comfortable as possible. When you're first doing it, if you want to sit 10 minutes, stand up and stretch in place, and sit back down again. Or feel free to adjust your leg. Yeah. If you sit in a chair, she was sitting in a chair and she couldn't find a comfortable position in a chair. Most chairs are too tall for most people. So put a cushion under your feet. It's a much more comfortable position to have your feet raised a little bit. It's better for the back and everything. So again, experiment. Try different things. If you can't sit for 10 minutes, get up, stretch, sit back down for another 10 minutes. And slowly the body, you can stretch it out to 15 minutes, a little bit. Just takes time like that. Okay. And then there's the mind. So I've been talking a little bit of introducing healthier patterns and how to do it. Again, it's a gentle approach and how to kind of wake up mindfulness. So a couple things I wanted to add in here about changing the behavior and is the first thing, and this is the hardest, is you just have to do it at this point. Sometimes stop talking about it, hearing about it, reading about it. Just get down and do it and start doing it. That's the hardest thing, is the beginning. And every day for me, honestly, is begin again. There's days I get up and I'm like, oh, I've practiced I have to do every day. I have a commitment I've taken for life from some vows I have, right? So some days I get up and I'm like, oh, same thing. It's so boring. I don't want to do it. And I do it. And then I start to get into it. And I modify it, meaning I change some stuff I do longer one day. Then that stuff is a little shorter. This time I added in this prayer. I like that. I don't have time. I'm busy tonight. I don't have time to read that last thing. Okay. That's not a daily commitment. That's okay. But that way it stays alive for me. And you reach plateaus and things where you need to change some things up. That's okay. So in some things you just have to do it. And one thing I mentioned, these friends of mine did a cross-country bicycle trip, 2 of them, a couple. And at one point, people said, so how did you train? And they said, well, we tried to get physically fit in a gym, and we went out walking every day. We did bike rides every day. But they ended up riding on the trip much longer than they were really training. And so at one point, the woman just said, we just had to start and do it and be on the trip. She goes, the first few days, we were achingly tired and completely sore and like wondering what we had embarked on. She goes, but then your body adapts, and then we went on with the greatest time. So it's like that. Just figure out a way, get it started. Don't make excuses, you need the elaborate altar and I need to find the perfect cushion. It's just use something from the house, whatever, if you have to sit on your living room couch. But just make sure the remote is away from you, the TV. I know people that cover their TV normally. In the living room, it's got a cloth in front of it, so it doesn't dominate the scene and it's inviting, you know. So some people just have it there and then when they decide to watch, like that, but it's not kind of the whole thing. So the other thing is to understand the situation with distraction. What can motivate us? And related to samsara and, you know, looking at the suffering on the planet. I mentioned earlier is it's like the planet needs us. And I'm not making us any more important than anyone else. But I feel like people on a spiritual path, it's one of those wonderful succulent ways we can probably bring about some positive change. It starts with our minds. Because we are part of the world, if I change my mind for the better, that does change the world. Okay? Is it small? Yep. But it has a ripple effect. I firmly believe that. I've seen the effects of it. Okay? And I'm not any great practitioner. Okay? But you are a part of the world, and it's significant of you changing your mind for the better, because then what goes out from your activities and your mouth, let alone your thoughts. So one thing, and I may have read this in a past class, but I know there's a number of newer people here. This is a quote from the poet Rumi, whom I love. Sit down and be quiet. You are drunk, and this is the edge of the roof. So I think about that a lot, that it's so easy to get myself into trouble. And when I mean trouble, I don't mean real trouble, but just the distractions and stuff that are time wasters for me, that doesn't lend to positive mind states for me. Okay? It doesn't really help me get enlightened any more quickly. Okay? So we all have those things. Okay? But the more I remind myself I'm drunk and I'm sitting on the edge of, can I just sit down and be quiet for a moment and be still? And the thing is, if you are organically relaxed, which is our natural state of being, then meditation comes automatically from there. One of my teachers said, Reba Rinpoche, who's right there, beautiful Lama. I spent a lot of time with, he had a connection to this center. He was staying in this area at one point. I think the last time I spoke to him, he was in this area. And he said he led us in several meditation retreats when I was in California, and he just said to really meditate, you have to thoroughly disengage your nervous system. Now that is not going to be easy for us in this culture. We are wound, okay? So again, part of that list 3, and something I've evaluated in my own life, what can I do, and I'll start with, let's say, one thing a week or one thing a month, okay, that I can move away from, or lessen the time I'm doing, that's going to lend to more a relaxed mind state. Could be a relaxed body state as well. But there's certain things you're doing that are habitual, that keep me, you know. And I'm just using Lisa as an example. Raising children is one of the hardest practices you're doing, but that's your practice right now. Great place to practice. But what happens is you're pulling the cords out of the computer, right? And you're probably wound doing it. You're back in, I'm in another pattern. He's going to yell at me. He's going to hate me. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to be the only one doing it? Why is it all, you know, and you're already in a state, okay? So what if you kind of do a dance the next time you take out the cords? Have a little song you sing to yourself, taking out the cords. Yeah. I'm just saying, change up the patterns if you notice there's some that have you like this. Okay. Now there's a natural grind and kind of buzz just from our culture. Just from our culture. So notice certain things. I don't know if some of you take public transportation to get to work, stuff like that. There's a thing about public transportation. How many people use the metro? Okay, the rest of you drive? Okay, driving or the metro, it doesn't matter. Okay. Notice how How many of you have this? You need to be the first car in the front of the line. Right? So you get in this, I need to be the first one through the door of the subway when they're there. Or I need to make sure I get that. We're wound up doing it. Couldn't we just kind of flow with it? Like, what happens? And you're not going to get on the train? So you have to stand. Okay, a lot of people have to stand in rush hour. Okay. So your car gets in the front. What are you going to be, 20 seconds faster then? Is that really it? Maybe you'll make the light, but look how wound you are to make the light. What if you're just being with driving? Have you ever just been with driving? Yeah? You're being with driving. Again, it's not meditating. It's being in meditation. So instead of driving, even the whole idea is I'm driving an agenda. What if I'm just being with my driving, being mindful with my driving? Can you do that when you leave here today? Be mindful with your driving. What it means is, for me, it means going 5 miles an hour slower. That's what I do. And when I do it, I'm much more aware of people around me. I'm much more aware of a speed demon who comes up. I see him in the mirror. Well, let me let him go. Let me let that person go. They're obviously in a hurry. What's the big, even if I'm late, it's like, not going to be that much faster. Noticing, what about the kindness? Person in the passing lane, I pulled up against this guy. He was an old guy. I think he wanted to get out of the lane, but cars were going too fast by him, passing him. I felt bad for him. Stuck in this lane, he's like, my mother was learning to drive in her 20s. This is maybe in the 1950s. And so she's learning to drive, and my father said to her, they were living downtown Philadelphia at the time, he said, just go out and go around City Hall. You'll learn, you'll get used to the lanes and changing traffic, and there's a lot of cars, and in the 50s there were a lot less cars, but it was downtown Philadelphia. She got out of there, and then she came home and told him a story. She couldn't get out of the traffic. She went around like 27 times. But you think of people that really aren't that good with it, and there they are stuck in the passing lane, and they're like, So it's like I could have, because I slowed down, I could get in the lane next to him, slow down, and then he had space to go in front of me. Like that. So that way, I'm not really tense. I'm friends with everybody on the roadway now. There's nobody I'm in competition with. There's nobody I have to be in front of. And then here's another thing. There's nobody's car I'm judging. And if I am, I'm noticing my judging the cars. I'm a big car judge. Somehow. Like, why is he driving, 8 miles to the gallon? Wow, great for the environment, right? Unbelievable. Right? So I just watch it and I laugh with myself, like, great judgment, okay? So, but it's kind of neat to be with an activity. Can you be in the grocery store? I'm going to be mindful doing my grocery shopping. So I'm doing my grocery shopping, focused on that. You need to be focused. And then I'm just going to, because bodhicitta mindfulness is, I'm just going to take the focus off of myself for a moment and look around and notice, oh, this aisle's really crowded. Does anybody need help here? And then another thing is about mindfulness is being more mindful. How can I be more mindful? This comes from slowing my mind down. These are all things I think you guys know and you've heard before. Slowing my mind down, which I do in meditation, okay? But it lends to, what I want to do is, there's two things going on. I'm adding the Tibetan tradition in and secular mindfulness, standard. Secular mindfulness says, is your mind there when you're doing it? How do I get my mind there when I'm doing an activity? Or thinking something, or saying something, okay? It's bringing all of my presence to that. I can start by focusing on the breath and noticing that I'm drifting right now. Oh no, that's right, I'm buying celery. I'm in front of the celery. Celery. Back to the celery, okay? Now, this is mundane, and the celery will happen quickly. But there you are buying celery, so you're looking at the celery. What happens is mushrooms distract me. Oh, but I'm like, wait, let me get the celery. And this is training. You train yourself all the time. Now, we're going to get tired. How many of you know other languages other than English, right? So when you learned another language, now maybe you grew up with it, that's different, but when you learned a second language when you were older, you got tired sometimes speaking that language. You know, I was in France once living in, there were times I went home at the end of the day, I was like, I just want to speak English with someone, please. Tired. So mindfulness practice, we have to do it in reasonable chunks. We'll get tired. Let your mind rest. Sometimes you need to do something mindless. That's okay. Just don't do it for too long. Don't let it go on as a constant habitual tendency. But sometimes you just, on retreat I have time when in the evening I take a break before I do my evening session. So I don't know, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, I have a cup of tea, and I sit back, I put my feet up, because I'm usually like this all day, and it's hard on my knees and things like that. So I put my feet up, and usually one of the places I asked was I had a bank of windows, and I look out, I just space out and look out the windows, and I just look out the windows. I don't do anything else other than drink tea and breathe. Look out the windows, and I'll watch thoughts arising. But I'm not really focused on the thoughts. I'm much more, there's a bird, oh there's a bird. Oh look at the fog. Look at the mountains. This is the thing, it's raining. Look at the green, look how green everything is. Look at the trees. Just spacing out. I really love those times to just space out. Okay? It's not all day, but it's a necessary time for my mind to rest. It's like that. So in the mindfulness, so that's the secular mindfulness part. The other thing about mindfulness, mindful, what are you making your mind full of? Think about that during your day. What are you making your mind full of? And sometimes I feel like I'm making my mind full of some negative behavior. It just happens, you know? There's certain things. I have a thing with, lately I had to phone 5 different companies for my dad for his health care. He's 89. He's doing well, okay? But I live with him part of the year. So I phoned Medicare. I phoned his supplemental insurance thing. I phoned his long-term insurance company, the VA, because he's a vet. And I phoned, there was a 5th one. I can't remember what the 5th one was. So you know what it's like when you phone these places. First, the routing system, the very intricate, sophisticated routing system that you need a PhD to navigate through. I always love those. And how to get a live person. And if sometimes I got the live person in the wrong department, and they'd switch me in. So 5 different things I did this. And I needed him to sit there because he had the numbers, and I'm switching it all over and getting my brother and I on the account so we can call without him. But I've been meaning to do it, and we did it, and it went very well. Okay? But my mind sometimes was full of a lack of generosity, I should say, to the representatives. And I just noticed, and also a complete frustration. My mind was full of a complete frustration with these systems and how they're set up to frustrate you and how they don't really work that well, but they do work to some degree, right? So I noticed the frustration arising. Notice what, and suddenly I'm like, oh, look what, and in myself I just said, look, oh, so that's what my mind is full of right now. Frustration, negativity, irritation, annoyance. All of those things, annoyance, irritation, and frustration, are lesser situations of anger and hatred. That's where anger and hatred come from. So what I like to do now is catch my mind at annoyance, irritation, hostility, frustration, before it's full-blown anger. Because there was one episode with one of the attendants, one of the reps, where I nearly lost it. You know, and I was really like, okay, so you're telling me, you know, and then I had my little, I'm a child of Lost in Space, that TV show. I know I'm dating myself now. I had my little, like, danger, Will Robinson, danger. Going down the wrong street, grab the reins of the horses, back, and then I said, so you're telling me, and I started to rate, and then I said, what's the point of yelling at this person? They're just doing their job, you know, and then I said, okay, so I just called them, the people you told me, and they told me that it doesn't cover Medicare recipients, right? And then that, because I had lowered my, So then she checks something out, calls the number herself, tells me to hold on, calls and comes back, she goes, thank you so much, I just learned something. I've been referring people to this number for a year and it's the wrong number. Thank you. So I just through, because when I lowered my tone, we started communicating. I could hear her, she could hear me. If I yell at her, I've just lost her. Disconnection. But I noticed because I noticed what my mind was full of, and it was caca for a moment. But I didn't lay a trip on myself, I just went, sometimes my mind's full of caca. And you know what? I'm doing the best I can do. And I care about myself. It's Sharon Salzberg's famous statement. She's an amazing teacher and has written some wonderful books. One of them I really recommend called Loving Kindness. Loving Kindness. It's an older book. I love it. She leads a lot of metta retreats to develop loving kindness. Metta retreats. And she was leading one and got a call. A friend had died. She was packing to go to the funeral, leaving the retreat early. And she was in her room packing quickly and knocked over a bottle in the room and it shattered all over the floor. And she, alone in the room, says, "Oh, you're so stupid and I love you." Right. So it's a nice space do we ever add on "and I love you"? Not usually. So, and she laughed at herself. She realized, oh, that was a result of the metta retreat, loving kindness practice. So let's bring that into our minds more. We're okay. Why? Because we're doing the best we can do. Do I make mistakes? Absolutely, because I'm a human. And I accept that, so I forgive myself when I make mistakes, then I'm better able to forgive somebody else. If gentle with myself, I become gentle with you. I'm doing the best I can do. And I really like to think, we were talking about this at lunch, I really like to think I am always in the most perfect place for what's going on at any given time. There's always some available lesson there for whatever's happening. A problem is happening, I'm in the most perfect place right now, at this time. There's no other situation or place to be right now. This is just perfect. Especially in the face of tragedy. There's lessons coming through. Samsara sucks again, so negative things are going to happen. And can I be as awake as possible, as mindful as possible in the space? The other thing I like to think about, we were talking about at lunch, is when people irritate you and upset you and you have conflicts with people. Okay, I'm a proponent of this conspiracy theory. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, the conspiracy theory. So my conspiracy theory is everyone is trying to get me enlightened. Right? So I really, I'm really challenged by somebody sometimes. There they are in my face. And of course I acknowledge all I want is for them to go away forever. Please, get out of my face. Like why do they always have to be this way? But if I can just turn the view just a little bit, they're showing me my mind. So this person is actually really valuable to me. Because the friends, people you get along with, it's easy. I'm not really working that hard. But as soon as you poke me, now the practice kicks in. Now I have to practice. I don't like it, it's uncomfortable. I have to do it at some point, because if I don't do it now, I'm doing it when I'm dying. And a lot less control of my mind when I'm dying. Unless you practice well. Unless I have those habits there. Okay? And then what happens is if I'm not doing it that well and I die, right? I get to revisit all those things again and again and again and again until I get them right. Is it helpful? Working for people? I mentioned a lot of you are new because I feel like I've been repeating this in other courses here, so I'm sorry for those of you that have been here before, but another time, maybe you'll get me on some kind of Lam Rim retreat and we can go a little deeper and stuff like that. That would be cool. So another thing I wanted to mention about mindfulness is, so in general, practical mindfulness on the planet is a lot of us would like to remember where we put our keys down, where our glasses are, where my cup is, where the phone is. So this is just basic mindfulness as well, that all of these things contribute to. is I find the one thing I can say in my meditation practice after all these years is I'm not any great practitioner, but I'm, number one, better able to watch my mind now in given situations before I respond or react, or sometimes even have the thought activated predominantly. The second thing is I'm, do you want to sit down? Feel free to sit down. Right? The second thing I notice is I'm tracking where my mind is at any given time. So when I put the cup down and walk out of the room, I'm like, oh yeah, the cup's back in the other room. And if I do misplace something, within minutes, I'm like, I just retrace. I go, I was in the bathroom. Oh, it's in the bathroom. And there are the keys in the bathroom. More quickly. So I find this practice, my personal meditation practice, incorporated with some mindfulness techniques, super helpful for me going through space. You don't waste as much time if you're not looking for stuff also. It takes a lot of time when you're looking for your glasses, where did I put the keys, things like that, so better able to recoup. And then I wanted to just mention a few things in the remaining time we've got is in mindfulness generally. Can you close your eyes for a minute? Okay. Can you call out now with your eyes closed without looking? Okay. There is a carpet over the entire floor. Can you raise your hand if you know what color it is? Okay. When you, the door to this room, the inside doors, you leave this room and go back out into the corridor outside. What color is the door painted? Can you raise your hand if you know what color the door is painted? Okay. There's a small carpet in the entryway as soon as you walk through the door. Can you raise your hand if you know what color that is? Okay, so just open your eyes for a second. Were you right? Okay. On one thing, okay. Very few people had their hands up of the color of the entry carpet. And not that many had their hands up of the color of the inside of the door, which is white. The entry carpet, you just say, some kind of beige or darker brown. Beige carpet on the overfloor. What's interesting is, you walked right across that entry carpet, probably twice today, I'm guessing. So what's kind of neat is, there are things in our reality that are in high relief to us. Things and people. Okay? And there's some things that are in the shadows. Did you ever notice that? Things in the shadows we don't notice, and we often ignore. Could be people, it could be things. But wouldn't it be kind of cool to bring everything into high relief? And I don't mean in an overly dazzling way, where like I can't go out there, everything's, but just where I'm focused. I'm a little bit more aware and awake in my everyday reality. Somebody years ago, when I lived in DC, I lived in Adams Morgan for many, many years. And when I lived there, I shared a basement apartment with some friends at one point, and our landlords who lived upstairs, had the house upstairs, were great. And she was doing these exercises with the police of a training in it, because there was a lot of violence in the city then, much more than I think now. Everyone I knew was held up at gunpoint, knife point, mugged, had their car broken into, their apartment broken into. Everyone I knew had some kind of incident. And I had one friend unfortunately murdered in a neighborhood bar in Adams Morgan when I lived there. Very nice guy. So it was a kind of intense time, and living here, and you just got used to it, right? But she said, I think she was mugged, and the police said to her, what was the guy wearing? How tall was he? Did he have glasses? And she couldn't remember much, so she was training herself to get much more. We were taking a walk once through our neighborhood in the alleys, and we passed somebody, and she said to me, do you know what color jacket they had on? So it was interesting to kind of, we're not just doing it for crime, but I find it helps me be much more present with somebody. When somebody's talking to you, do you ever notice how you're off looking over there? Somebody's talking, you're having lunch with somebody, but you're I didn't hear a word they said. You know, and I also find it a bit rude, let alone people looking at their phones. That's a whole other deal. But I'm just talking about general, so a human being is in front of you. Now, granted, there's little pieces where we get distracted or too many people are talking to you. That's different, but slowly. But somebody's talking with you. Now, we also do it on the phone. And I hear my sister click, click, click away on the computer while she's having a Skype call with me. And sometimes I'll just stop talking. She'll ask me something. And I've got half her attention. So if I say something to her, she might say, "What? What color was it?" And I'll go, "Why don't you call me back when you can hear? When you focus on, you know." Right? So just, it's something about trying to really bring people into high relief. We do it when we're in the city walking by a homeless person. We're embarrassed. We kind of don't know what to do. We don't want to make eye contact. So they're in the shadow. Okay, but there's many things. Whether it's a thing, whether even using an appliance correctly. And I've seen this with teenagers. Like, it doesn't work, you know, well, let's focus on it. You have it turned around the wrong way. Stupid. Right, you want to add that, but I'm not. But you know, basically it's just, like my dad will get frustrated with something. He's old now. So he'll go, "It's not where," you know, I'll go, "Okay, hang on a second. Wait, let's just see, is it in the groove? Oh no, look, it wasn't in the groove. Oh, let's just get it in the groove. Oh, okay, oh look, it zipped right up, no problem." That's cool. You know, I could just take a little patience of, you know, the world is operating, working around, moving around pretty well. We just need to focus on how to make sure that we are operating it properly. And mainly it's our focus on what we're operating. So a couple things I just wanted to mention in closing. And one of them is just exercise. This relates to regular mindfulness, but noticing feelings and things like this. And I've talked about this before in here, but how do you greet your day? This is a nice little morning exercise, lying in bed, waking up. How do you greet your day? Do you greet your day? Okay. How do you greet your day?
With gratitude.
Nice. One of my main practices in the morning, right? Greet your day. Some people, I see the deer in the headlights. Greet your day. People are like, "What do you mean?" My alarm goes off and I'm like, "Oh," like, you know, and then it's like coffee. Like, this is how, right? So what about greeting your day? A little bit more presence of, because I wake up, honestly, I wake up where I'm all over the world, but I wake up, usually I'm in a relatively comfortable bed. First of all, I'm really grateful for that. There's nothing like being in a warm, safe, comfortable bed with an ambient temperature in the room, and then I come into consciousness of my body and mind. Shortly after that, whether I wake up with an alarm or naturally. Shortly after that, you realize I'm in this life now. Some people wake up at that moment with a groan of like, "Oh, I know we all have problems. But the fact that I have a somewhat relatively functioning body and mind," okay, I honestly wake up and in the moment have gratitude for that. One day it will not be functioning that well. So I am really grateful that I wake up in the Amy life. You know, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I get another day of this. Thank you, thank you, thank you." It's not perfect. I have problems. But this is a pretty good situation. If you're in this room right now, right, I'm not in Syria. So I have this succulence that is going to direct, that's going to be the foundation. You know, and then whatever gratitude practice, your personal gratitude practices you want to do, but I have a real succulence of, and then you can move it out into my good qualities and all the good circumstances in my life. They're endless. It's unbelievable. And I don't think we're that much, that very different from that. Okay? So about how do you greet the day? In pain and anguish and frustration, motored over by your lists? Your lists are going to be there all day. I have lists, and I'll watch and I'll go, "No, thank you very much. Over there, I'm going to get to you later. Right now, it's like a little in-bed motivation before I even get up to do my formal practice. I just start right in bed." So something to think about. How do you want to greet your day tomorrow morning? Okay, because that's your foundation. It can be a groan. It can just be grasping, coffee, whatever, shower, you know. People with kids, often it's about the kids. That's a major thing. You've got to deal with your kids. Got to get out to school, got to get them up. Some kids are slow risers. That's a major thing you have to focus on. And then greeting the day, setting an intention. I right away in bed set an intention then. I realized, wow, this is a pretty good scene. I also have a moment in there where I think this could be my last day. I like to think about death and impermanence. People say it's morbid. I don't think it is. It motivates me to practice. So then from there I'm like, well, I really would like to motivate in a really good way today. This could be my last day. So setting that intention. Okay? Casting an intention over the day is like throwing a ship's anchor into the sea. Once the anchor is lodged in the sea floor, the ship maintains its general location, even if wind or tide alter its surface position a bit. Okay? Because I have that foundational motivation, let's say to help others, okay? And I got spun around by my boss at work. I got pissed off at this driver. I'm going to work, but my motivation was to help all beings, and that's both of them. And it is samsara, so the sea is going to be churned, the wind's going to blow, but I've got my motivation to benefit others. I'm going to keep that, I'm going to move that through the day and keep that constant. That's going to hold me in my position, and I'm here to help others. You know, am I going to be thrown a little bit? Sure. But I still have that basic anchor operating. Understand? Okay? Intention and mindfulness reinforce one another. Intention focuses attention on a particular objective to benefit others, let's say. Mindfulness harnesses awarenesses to sustain the focus. So I signed up, my particular objective is to benefit others, and now I notice I'm kind of pissed off at my boss, but I remembered my motivation was to benefit others, so I wonder if I can work this out with my boss right now. Okay? So these are just little ways that we work with, kind of different ways to get it with working with the mindfulness. And one thing I just say in closing, because we're out of time, is when we were discussing a little bit of the meaning of life, making life meaningful, I would add that is about lending benefit, something beneficial in my life, something that would help others, something that would help me change myself into a better person so I can better help others. Anything, and again, you have your own words, you want to put it into your own meanings. But for me, something along those lines. And what I would say about meaning, some people are not clear at all about what gives their life meaning or purpose or benefit. Okay? So start right now. Don't wait any longer. Get clear on that, because then you can start directing your energy, whether it's vocation, family life, time, and start really slowly putting the pieces together to direct myself more and more in that direction. Make sense? It's very, very important to find meaning, because what happens is, I know some older people in their 60s now, and they never really found the meaning, okay? They never really kind of delved into it to really figure out, and I'll put it this way, what makes you happy is related to it. What makes you happy? And I'm talking about, when are you deeply happy? I'm not just talking about superficial, like, pizza party last night, it was great, I went to the beach. I'm talking about, when are you deeply content? Use the word contentment. When am I deeply happy? So you need to evaluate, okay? And then what you can do is, when you find out when are those moments, be honest with yourself, then you can start, it's your choice to direct your life in that way. So here's one of the things that happened for me. If you asked me, in '95 I went to run the center in California, Vajrapani Institute. Rinpoche asked me to go there and be the director. I didn't want to go to do that. I was living in San Francisco, but I went. I knew it was the right thing to do. And then I had all these other ideas of what I wanted to do with my life, but some of it was related to that. So it fit, it worked, some of it worked, some of it didn't. But when I started to evaluate when was I really happy, because I was we're often looking to improve things in our lives, and what's the next career thing, or how long should I be the director of this center, right? I was in my 30s at the time, and so what I noticed is, if you ask me about happiness, I'd say, oh, beach holiday. That's when I'm happiest. Beach holiday. Going to the beach on a holiday. Well, that's fun, okay? But that really wasn't when I was happiest, deeply happy. That was fun and I was happy, but if I had too much of that, I got bored. And I'd start going, well, I'm kind of wasting time, I think, right? So then what I noticed is at the center, when we had a big program and all these people came, and we had a big teacher there, and it went really well, and our staff was really in sync with each other, and I noticed how happy everybody was, and the feedback they were giving us was this is the most incredible thing they've ever done in their lives, and they love the retreat, blah, blah. I noticed I was higher than I'd ever been. So somehow I was like, wow, that works. So how can I keep doing more of that? And that's what I did. So do you understand? I just want you to understand what is the, so please find that now. Don't wait any longer. Get real with yourself. Figure out what's that about for me. And then slowly figure out what you need to do. Some of it's hard. For me, it was hard. I gave up a career in politics with lots of money. And the first few years of giving it up, it was difficult. I was broke all the time. I wasn't sure what I was doing. My friends in politics were judging me, thinking I was crazy. I had no support. So I really questioned it. It was very difficult. But when I went to bed at night, I felt like, I think I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be right now. I feel fulfilled somehow, that I'm on the right track. And I've never looked back, and I have no regrets about it. Well, especially this year. Thank goodness, right? But seriously, I really, and I know some of these friends come to me now and they go, wow, you really made a great decision. You're really happy and you seem fulfilled. You've been able to support yourself doing this. And some of them are still like, get to their late 50s and they're like, this is it? I have all the money, but somehow in here, I miss something. Sometimes people feel that way. So we're out of time. I hope this has been helpful for you. Are there any other questions, comments? Anything that you had to hear today that you didn't hear? Yes?
I swear this is the last thing I'm gonna ask. I'm so sorry to everyone else.
You can ask anything. No, please.
When you're meditating and instead of like counting your breath or like a golden piece of rain or whatever you called it.
Little golden drop of light.
Thank you. Yes. What are you supposed to be doing with your head?
That little golden drop seemed to really throw some people in here.
Well,
I had somebody color shopping that they were telling me. They're like, what color is it? What color? I'm like, so also with guided meditations, don't obsess too much. Like watch the distracted mind go off into like, it's just like golden drop of light. Place it there and, but please, go ahead. Go on.
Well, what are you supposed to be saying to yourself or not saying to yourself, and are you supposed to be visualizing something or not visualizing something? If your mind trails off into like, a beach holiday, are you supposed to say, no, like, what is it you're supposed to be focusing on while you're meditating?
With placement meditation, if somebody's guiding you or you're doing it on your own and you go, I'm going to focus on my breath, okay? Your mind's going to go, got to get the kids to school, got to do the... This is the meditation, back to the breath. No obsession here about, I'm crap, I can't meditate, back to the breath. You stay. So placement meditation is developing concentration, okay? The reason we want to develop concentration is we need it to penetrate the wisdom, realizing emptiness, the nature of reality. It's another level teaching. It's another teaching, okay? We can have another teaching in here like that, just on that. So what you want to do is you need shine, calm abiding, to have a direct perception of emptiness. That cuts out all the roots of your suffering. To have a direct perception of the nature of reality, the right view. You need that to get enlightened. But in order to do that, you need concentration.
So you're saying that by focusing on your breath, by practicing this consistently, you eventually become more aware of all things around you.
Well, you can, that's a byproduct, but that's not the purpose of the meditation. Okay, the breath is only one thing. Tibetan Buddhists don't usually use the breath as an object. That's Vipassana movement, but I'm using the breath because it's the easiest thing to focus on when you get distracted. Feel free to use it, okay? But from there, we go on, we may be visualizing a certain aspect of the Buddha. We usually use an image of the Buddha because it uplifts the mind, they say. Leaves a positive imprint on the mind. But some of us are not used to Buddha images. So I started with an apple because that was something I knew well, but it's a mental image you're using. You're not staring at an apple doing the meditation. You look at an apple, close your eyes, and you bring it to mind with your eyes closed, and you try to really hold that apple in your mind. But we like to use an image of the Buddha. You can also use the nature of mind as an object of meditation. So those are some of the things that we would use in meditation. For placement meditation, analytical meditation again requires focus and concentration. Here's an analytical meditation. This is a cure for depression and anxiety, appreciating your precious human rebirth. Your rebirth as a human. There's 18 situations you would meditate on, one by one, slowly. First you get a book, get familiar on what are the 18 situations. One of them is you're free from being an animal. Okay? Now people say, no, my pet has the best life. Okay? Our pets, our domestic pets, are only the peak of the animal realm. Most animals live in the sea. And the animal realm is consumed with eating, hunting to eat, so you're killing. Sometimes you're killing. You're being prey to other animals, so you're eating in fear, living in fear. You're mating with other animals, making more animals, going to the bathroom, and sleeping. That's the animal realm. That's basically it. Unless you're, again, service animals and our pets are the very top of the animal realm, a very small portion of it. The insect realm is vast. So what you do in an analytical meditation is you would be your dog or cat for a while, or pick an animal, and try as much as you could, 10, 20 minutes, place your mind in that animal's mind as much. Imagine being covered in fur, low to the ground, walking around. What dominates my day? When do I go outside? What do I eat? Eat what they eat. Look how they lay around most of the day. Like try to be the animal. Do they have a lot of time to study and read? Do they go outside when they want to go outside? Do they drive cars and get to go shopping when they want to go shopping and go out for pizza? Like that. So you really try, and then what you do is come back to your life as a human. And you want to really keep the focus on the animal. Your mind's going to go over here and back to the animal life. I'm an ant right now, crawling around the colony, bringing in a crumb. This is glorious for me. I found this crumb. Told everybody in the colony, we're going to move it into the colony now. Okay, got this crumb. It's genius. It's amazing. Made my day. My little ant day. But really you want to do it. And then you come back and I go, I have every perfect situation as a human. This is the best jumping board to become a Buddha, is as a human. Because we see suffering in our realm that motivates us, and we have the leisure to study and practice. So I need the focus, and then eventually the intellectual realization that I know it's great to be a human, it moves to an experiential realization. And then I really have some kind of experience. And then I want to take my concentration and focus it there to deepen the experience. And that's what changes your mind. So all Lam Rim topics are designed that way. And you learn them, and then you meditate on them, and it starts changing your life.
Thank you.
Yeah. One of my favorite things to do, those kind of meditations. So we're out of time, and I'd like to close, and I'd like to dedicate the positive energy, that if there's any positive energy we've created here, the merit, I'd like to invest it in our being able to really keep a consistent meditation practice going, to initiate a meditation practice if you don't have one established, to incorporate more mindfulness in that and grow our mindfulness, as well as really understanding the purpose of our lives to manifest as much as we can something incredibly beneficial for ourselves and for others. May it also help us move along a path to becoming fully realized beings, as then we are completely unlimited in benefiting all others. I'd like to dedicate to the long lives of all of our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and for all the beings in all the impoverished, conflictive places on the planet. May they immediately be freed of all this suffering. And for those who need additional healing, may they receive it instantly, completely. For those who've recently passed away, may they take good rebirths to be of benefit to all. Gewadi no duda lamazam ge jugyone juwaji gamaluba di zalago barjo Janchu zanjo remboje mage banam ge gurji ge banyam bame bayam gane gandu belwajo and really wishing for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. O Gamri Ramwe Gorwe Jingam De Pendang Dewa Malu Chongwe Ne Chen Rei Zi Wang Den Ding Yato Yi Shape Si Te Bardu Tengyo Ji. Thank you very much. So if you're interested in going on pilgrimage with me to Nepal in a year, amymiller.com. I have one card left. If you're interested, check out the website. There's some number of teachings it's connected to that may be helpful. And thank you so much for coming.